are you shooting, miss? Always law. Are you fucking serious? You dumb. Xion, you're so dumb. How do you not cast it on him?
With this, I can become even stronger.
Never been this way. What's an Omega elixir? Ultimate medicine fully restores all allies of HP as well heals KO and physical ill. All? Like it resurrects the entire party? Holy shit, okay. Oh, they've resurrected
That
him.
enemy.
Lucky.
Looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight.
I just fought them.
We're in for a long slog with this one. We'll see about that.
Around me. Oh my god, that stupid little rat thing that pushed me away.
There's always room for improvement.
You're so strong, Xion. Even after everything you've been through. I wouldn't say I'm strong.
Ah,
I don't know
shit.
what would have happened to me if I'd stayed alone.
Here we go again. Just because I'm scared he's gonna die.
I think he would have endured. As long as he remembered. I won't forgive you! Not on my watch! This one's mine! Hear me! Flame of never miss! That's it! Here's annihilation!
Take this!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning! Blaze now! I'll be saving annihilation! There! Have this! Take this!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
You're mine! Far enough! Piercing annihilation!
Freaking does it! In a vine?
Burning strike!
Now you see what I can do! I'll crush you!
Yeah, beat the dog up.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! First strike! That freaking does it!
Bitch, I asked you to heal.
You picked the wrong fight! Take this!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
This one's mine!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Wind astral energy! Full throttle! Here's the
Make it rain! Law! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
That took more energy than I expected.
Which way did I come from? Guessing that way.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Where's the owl? He senses the owl. I'm guessing it's on the 4th floor? Or is it in this place? Level 2. Oh lordy. Wow. Wait, there's a thingy over there. How do I get over there?
We seem to...
We're in for a long slog with this one!
Armor won't save you!
This one's mine! You going?
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Freeze lancer! Supernova! Raging cascade! There! Annihilation! Take glacial! Make it rain! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action.
I need to be stronger.
She's level 35. Kisara, Kisara, Alpin, and forget who else. Oh, that's not the one I wanted to do.
Searing tempest! Confiscated!
Take this.
Flare tornado! This one's mine! I never miss!
She missed.
Hit me! Flame of fury! This one's mine! Sight in here! I'll be saving this one! Searing
Ignite.
flare tornado! Make it right! Wants to die here!
Swallow
Back
dance.
into the flame of fury! Burning strike! Hear me! Flame of fury!
Prepare to be seized. In a bind.
Annihilate! Time to shine!
This one's all mine.
I never miss!
Ignite.
Now!
Everyone still in one piece?
Yep. I barely worked up a sweat.
Oh, is this where it is? Oh. I know who would love this.
You're saying we should check the owl forest?
I don't know how to get there though. The red box. I think this is the fight, guys. Wish me
What
luck.
is this place?
Look over there. Looks like there's no backing out now.
Never mind, it's just a
The
doggo.
old roaring beast welcome, eh? No class.
Look sharp, everyone!
How do I look sharp when I'm round?
Roll on rolling out the red carpet? Yeah, some hospitality.
Can we all concentrate on fighting this thing? Flare tornado! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Hear me! Flame of fury! Go for the weak point! Illuminate the dark! Reload! Annihilation! Annihilation!
It was nice.
Searing tempest! And that's my will! Flare tornado! Hit! Raging cascade!
You picked the wrong fight.
Hit me! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Burning flame! Reload!
Look sharp.
There! Tempest!
In a bind. Look sharp. It's pinned down.
Glacial spear! If it's in the sky, it's mine! Sweet! I never miss! Searing tempest! It's raging will! Flare tornado! Blast in the wind! Air thrust!
It's on.
Far enough!
Ignite.
Confiscated! Here! Glacial punch! Burning lightning! Here I go! It's over! Astral energy! Full throttle! Here I go! Searing tempest! Lightning on will! Flare, there's something in the tower!
Another one.
Hey, we didn't ask for a replacement.
On guard! That's it!
I'm on it.
Searing flame! Here goes!
Aw shit, I should have done ice resistance. Had I known.
A new leaf
Now
is
or never.
out.
Punch. The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that! Thanks, Kisara! Where are you going?
Mm-hmm.
Will this help? Healing circle.
Appreciate
And run over there for some heals myself. Actually, never mind. There's no heals for me. Fucking hell.
Ready to go.
I can carve through.
far enough.
Burn!
Flare tornado! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning! Hear me! Flame of I'll heal you all!
The earth throbs in pain.
Healing illuminate the dark!
Take this!
Holy cover! Think again! This one's mine! Go! Raging cascade! Annihilation! In here! I'll heal you all! I'll be saving this one!
Oh no, please.
One tough cookie. Nothing much longer. Don't let up till it's all over.
Burnwell is nearly dead. I'm just going to use an item on her. Fuck this shit.
Time flash!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Annihilation! Searing exit away! In here! I'll be saving this one! Piercing roll! Searing exit! Where was that came from? Flare tornado!
Now you see what I can do.
Annihilation! Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
Pathetic!
That's one of them taken care of.
Should make things easier at least.
Not in your dreams!
Take this.
This one's mine!
Get out of this. Wait, something's happening. They fuse together?
Flare tornado! Where are you
It won't matter. Just beat him up.
and became worse by the looks of it.
Is this its true form?
Healing circle!
I'll finish you here and now.
Searing tempest! Against my will! Flare tornado! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
Nice while it lasted.
Sighted! You're mine!
Swallow
Raging
this.
cascade again!
This one's all mine. I'll smash you.
Now,
Burn it out.
Denied! Searing tempest! Against my will!
Take this. In a vine. All good things.
Burning strike! Going in! I'll be I'm out of ammo! I'm only getting stuck!
Crescent moon. Tear you apart.
But time to do healing
If
circle.
it's in the sky, it's mine! Hailing circle! Not on my watch!
Appreciate the help.
I never miss!
Thanks, Shion.
Searing tempest! Going in!
Burn in hell.
Flare tornado! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning! Searing flame! And again! Now heal! Back into the fray! More for the stockpile! Annihilation! Sighted! You're mine! Where that came from? Here I go! You alright?
Yeah, I'll be okay. Now you see what I can do.
Alright with that one.
Will this help?
The earth throbs in pain.
Healing circle!
Can't get out of this.
Now! Heal!
Far enough.
I'll be safe this way! Searing tempest! And that's my will! If it's in the sky, it's mine! Burning! I never miss! Arc field! Flaming meteor! Annihilation! Let me condemn! Reload! Blade! Illuminate the dark!
Again, because I have some.
Will this help? Holy quiver! Holy land! Healing circle! Go! Annihilation! Raging tempest!
Damn, he's a bitch. A real bitch.
I'll heal you all! Raging cascade! Blaze warrior! I'll be saving this one!
Ignite.
Annihilation! Flare
Now
tornado!
you see what I can do.
Hear me! Flame of
Prepare to be seen.
Hear me!
The enemy's open.
Can't get out of this.
Annihilation!
Blow away.
Stockpile!
awesome!
Hear me! Flame of fury! I never miss!
Look sharp!
Ready! Annihilation!
Dust to dust!
Going in! There! And again! Searing tempest! And that's our will! Feel! Flare tornado! I'll be saving you! Hear me! Flame of fury! Illuminate the dark!
Go away!
Annihilation! I'll heal you all! More where that came from! Healing circle! I'll be saving this
you.
one guard!
You picked the wrong fight!
Thanks so much! Hit! Searing
Now we're not look sharp! Inferno punch! Piercing roar! In a bind?
More for the top! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning! Searing flame! Reloading ammo!
Eat this!
More where that came from! It's over!
Whirlwind snap!
Lightning orb! This one's mine!
Lightning
Lightning!
Hurricane strike!
Flare tornado! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning! I never miss! Now! Kizara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Jeez, that was so long. I had to fight 2 dogs.
We did it. Everyone hanging in there?
Just about. Though if we have to waste our energy on many more like that, I don't fancy our chances against Volron. We gotta try to conserve.
That sound again.
You must be worried we'll have a change of heart. He's certainly pulling out all the stops.
Alphen, I know it's hard, but we have to stay focused on moving forward.
I know.
Are you doing okay, Shion?
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
We don't know what else Volron's got up his sleeve. Be careful, all right?
I'll go check and see if the coast is clear.
Mama Kisara.
What is it?
Oh, it's nothing. Just wondering what that was all about.
Huh?
It's just, you don't think Shion is acting kinda weird around Alphen, do you?
Like standoffish weird? Isn't she always like that?
No, not that. I mean, since we rescued her.
Then I guess. Maybe it's the identical ancestor thing.
Maybe. I guess that could be it.
You sure you're not reading into it? What? What'd I say?
Nothing. Just forget it.
I can never win with you. You know that?
I wonder if we're getting any closer to finding Volron.
I sure hope so.
We'll find him. And when we do, there'll be hell to pay.
How to pay.
Hey, Kisara. Have you noticed how Shion...
Seems to be grappling with something all by herself.
Yeah, she's been acting differently around us ever since we rescued her. The same towards Alphen, too. Now that Alphen's regained his memories and his sense of pain, maybe she's become more self-conscious that she still has her thorns. In which case, it makes sense that she'd be feeling out of sorts. But I can't help but think there's something else, too.
You're wondering if there's anything you can do to help her.
Shion said something to me once. Something that helped me move forward. So I'd like to return the favor and do that for her too. The only problem is, even if I did have the chance to talk to her, I don't know what I could say that would help.
Shion's dealing with a lot right now. Maybe more than she can handle. Trying to unravel the threads of her own worries, that's challenge enough itself. Not to mention that trying to wade in blindly would probably end up making things even worse than they already are.
But how do we help her then?
For the time being, I think all we can do is be patient and keep an eye on her. That way, when she's finally ready to let us in, we'll be right there to lend her a shoulder.
I hope you're right.
What is... Golden gel? 100% CP? Omega Elixir again. He's like, you're gonna need this, haha. You're gonna need this, cause I'm about to fuck you up.
So if Volron is the lord of the water realm, then it's probably safe to say he has some water abilities tucked up his sleeve.
He and Alphen couldn't be any more different. It's like they were practically born to be rivals.
Looking back on it, in both of our previous encounters, he's only ever fought us with his sword. We haven't seen what else he's capable of.
And yet, even with only his blade, he still managed to overwhelm us. He's a force to be reckoned with. That much is certain.
Yeah, that guy is seriously bad news.
It'll be okay, Hoodle. We'll get through this.
Shion?
It's nothing. Let's keep moving.
Oh my god, putting the Hoodle thing on her just ruined the cutscene. Hoodle doll on her head. Okay, since we're about to fight the waterbender, I also need a waterbend and go pee. I'll BRB. I am back. I honestly want to meet the master of segways. If I could meet the master of segways, that'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Okay. We grab this and we go. Wait a second. I can't go over there? Scam.
This area is the grandest looking of the lot, and not a single soldier in sight.
So probably the place. This is it, everyone. We can't let Volron treat people's lives like toys any longer. We need to put an end to his tyranny here and now. Everyone ready?
Ready.
We've come this far.
Without question.
I'm nervous, but I know what needs to be done.
Oh, Lord. Look at his cocky ass.
We've come for you, Volron!
Did you really come all this way, just so I could take you back over his dead body?
Bastard!
Huh?
He dismissed them?
He must not think he needs them to defeat us.
Why have you been coming after me? Isn't it your ambition to become the winner of the crown contest?
My ambition, you say? I have no ambitions. Since the beginning, everything was mine to control. Everything, including your life.
Okay,
I'm happy
okay.
to see you. What the hell's that supposed to mean? A lonely watery grave is all the burial you shall ever deserve. And yet, it wasn't without regret that I watched you sink beneath those waves. Now, I get to savor carving the life of your body myself.
So all this, kidnapping Shiva, sacrificing your future, it was all just for your own sick satisfaction? To help pass the time?
I would not expect you to understand the tedium that absolute power lays upon you.
I've had it with your mad rambling. I'm here to take you down, Volron, and free those you've enslaved!
Very well. I shall look forward to fashioning my throne from the remains of your existence. Today you will die at my hands, and I shall bask in your final desperate pleas.
Well, I look forward to disappointing you.
Let the marksman illuminate the dark! Blah, 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 magic! This one is mine! Reload! First strike! There you are!
Entertain me.
Nope.
Searing thunderbolt!
Burn in hell!
Tornado!
Can't get out of this!
Holy land! Burning surge! Here goes! Annihilation!
Now you see what I can do.
I'll heal you all! Air thrust! Look sharp!
Take me.
Annihilation!
He just won't stay still! If you can draw his attention, I'll pin him down.
Annihilation! Eat dirt!
Now!
This!
Did we get him?
He's open!
Let's go! Burn it! I'll be saving
Can't
this
get out
one!
of this!
Look sharp! Where are you going? Searing Regent Star!
This was all wrong! You picked the wrong fight!
Not on my watch! Hear me! Searing and then Dark Will! Flare Tornado! Hurricane Thunderbolt! Reload!
I'm ready!
Reload! Demon's Descent!
Flashing Fang! Is that it?
What's he planning? This looks bad. We've got to stop him. Going in.
Take that.
Flare Tornado! No defense! Eagle Dawn! Illuminate anything in the world!
Now you see what I can do! Now, are you ready to entertain me? Don't disappoint me by dying just yet.
Eyes on the ground! Here it comes!
Damn it! Don't take your attention off him either!
Think again!
Take this.
You picked the wrong fight!
Annihilation!
What's wrong?
My god, he's annoying. Can't keep dodging forever. I gotta throw some attacks in there.
In a bind?
Sleep now, I never fit! More for the dark! Art Seal! Annihilation! Not on my watch! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Burning Strike! Flame of Fury! Searing Ear! Will! Saving this Flare Tornado!
Take that.
Thunder Field! Hurricane Bleeding again!
god, Lord. I don't think I can do the healing circle here, but...
I'll be saving this.
Take this.
Take this. Smash you. It's over. Think again.
No further.
You're all finished in the way. In here.
What's this? Ignite.
There.
Just like that.
Going in. Now burning.
Now this is
Into
enjoyable.
the wind. Lightning tornado. I never miss.
Take that.
There. Now, on guard. Eagle fly. Not on my watch. On guard.
Now, are you ready to entertain me? Don't disappoint me by dying. Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Got him.
It's all over. Vol Run. Now put an end to that death procession you're holding outside. Right now! You think this is over? What? Who do you think you are?
Huh?
No, that's... How can this be? If Alpin's the Sovereign, how is it possible that Volron has that crest as well?
And if Volron's the Sovereign, then what was the point of the crown contest?
After everything we witnessed, it would seem the whole thing is a ruse.
Bow before your sovereign. What the hell are you?
How sweet your ignorance must be.
You resent not being the only sovereign. That's why you're after me, isn't it?
There is that, I'll admit. But your grandest sin was unveiling your strength.
Sin? You use people as playthings. What right have you to speak of sin?
Sin is for the weak. The powerful care only for domination.
We never asked you to rule.
Ah,
No
frozen.
one did.
What do I care of your wants? You are but a mote of dust in the light.
Alpin!
I'm through taking orders from tyrants.
I'm ready! On guard!
You fleed and fight.
Oh my god, she always misses.
In a bind?
Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning! Here goes! Hurricane blast!
Storm! To hell!
Frozen.
Wait beside me! Yours to be let free!
A new lease on life. Come over. I'm just here. Raging storm. Look sharp. Raging
Go away! That freaking does it!
Going in. Hit the wind. Steering. Reload.
Misses! Attack!
I'll be saving this way.
No further! I'm on!
Hurricane strike. Hear me. Look sharp. Raging storm. I'll never miss. Hurricane storm. Searing flame. Reload.
Unleash lightning!
Raging storm. On guard. Searing tempest. He's too fast to keep up with. Then we'll take him together. Rinwell, follow my lead. Okay.
Provide cover.
You're mine. Here goes! Searing flame! My wasp! I'm all stuck
Prepare
up.
to be sealed. Take this.
First strike! Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of pink burning strike! Searing tempest! And that's my will! Here goes! Take this! There!
Wretched one!
No! Everyone together!
I'll shoot him down!
Denied!
Annihilation! Here we go! It's over here! Fight!
Look sharp!
Illuminate the dark!
Going in!
Come forth! It's over!
Going in!
Too fast. Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Annihilation! Illuminate! Holy glyph! I'm only
He's about to attack.
Damn it! We need to stop him!
How are you supposed to stop him?
All others shall be banished!
I'm only getting started. Not on my watch. Think again. Take hurricane.
Could this be the true power of a sovereign?
What is this?
Hear me, flame of storm. Hear me, flame of storm. Lightning searing tempest.
The enemy wields on too.
We'll soon see about that.
Anything armor is all mine! I can carve through armor!
There, here goes. Hear me, flame of storm. Burning sun. Radiant, you go.
Take this.
Sighted.
Unleash lightning!
No further.
First strike!
One more!
Look sharp.
I'll crush you!
Oh,
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
You picked the wrong fight! I'll be the ruler of all things!
Not on my watch. I'll heal you all. Illuminate the dark. Come healing circle. Here I go. I'm only getting
To me!
lightning orb.
Prepare to be sealed. Can't get out of this.
Hear me, flame of fury.
oh Lord.
Hear me, flame of fury. Burning strike.
Unleash lightning!
Can't be happening. Come on.
Now you see what I can do!
Oh, not what I meant to do. The life bottle.
A new lease on life.
Higher!
Go.
I'll tear you apart!
Kneel before your sovereign!
Uh-oh.
Healing circle.
I ruined your
Take this.
Look sharp!
Illuminate the dark.
Run!
Alphen,
Come on now. What do you think you can do?
This guy's still standing?
Victory! The throne! Everything rightfully belongs to me! I have millions of ours who rules over and crushes those who fall at his feet! You are next!
Aw, no way.
Is it over?
Yeah, I think so. There. We finally collected all of the Master Cores. So what do we do now?
It is said that bringing all the Master Cores together in one place should form the Renis Alma.
So, now we put Shion's with the rest.
With that, we can finally free her of her thorns.
Da da da!
Shion. What's going on? Are we missing something?
We can't be. So why isn't it?
Alphen! Behind you!
What is that? What the fuck is that?
What? Shion, are you the maiden?
What is this? Why is this happening?
What the? The Master Cores!
Is that darkness? A Dark Master Core?
Renis Alma!
The Renis Alma. It's here.
What's going on? The Renis Alma's only supposed to consist of the 5 Danon elements.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Oh my god.
She disappeared?
What?
Wait,
It
Where did all
What just happened?
Where did he go?
Is it over?
No.
It's only just begun.
Oh my god, what?
いつも君と待ち続けた季節は何も言わず通り過ぎた雨はこの街に降り注ぐ少しのリグレットと罪を包み込んで泣かないことを誓ったまま時は過ぎ痛む心に気がつかずに僕は一人になった記憶の中でずっと二人は生きてゆける君の声が今も胸に響くよそれは愛がさまよう限り君は少し泣いたあの時見えなかった
A month has passed. For the time being, we decided to stay put in Ganeth Harros. Even with their lord toppled, we had a long way to go before the people of Pelegion would be liberated in their hearts and minds. Lenegus hung ominously over our heads, and we knew we'd need to deal with it sooner or later. We still had so many questions. The two sovereigns, the Red Woman and the Renaissance, the present and the past 300 years ago. Not to mention what happened to Volron's body after his defeat. Still, we were determined to keep fighting. I had my hands full taking care of everything. But in some ways, I was kind of grateful to be so busy.
Are you all right? You looked like you were spacing out there.
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry. You need something?
It's about that citizen's petition. I was coming to talk to you about it.
If I'm being honest, I think the problems of this realm's Danans hit close to home for me.
Oh?
You saw how things were in Menancia. We might have put way too much faith in Dohalim, but at least we could still think independently.
The people of this realm weren't even afforded that much basic dignity.
I don't know what kind of future the people here are going to ultimately choose. But whatever it is they decide, I want to help do my part so they can make that decision of their own free will.
You mean like how the Danans and Renans of Menancia chose to remain committed to coexistence? It'd be nice if this was a step towards that dream.
That's another issue altogether. At the very least, I want to believe all our hard work will pay off in the end.
Yeah. I guess we can only focus on what we can do right now and take it from there.
I'm going to go on ahead. Would you mind talking to Shion for me? Once you're ready, we'll meet up at the castle entrance like usual. We can talk more there.
Right. Got it.
Nice. Okay. I'm sorry I didn't get to greet the raiders. I don't talk when there's dialogue in the game. But yeah, thank you again for the raid. And if you guys don't know me, my name is Aicute. I am a Dragon Fox VTuber. I mostly stream Valorant, Genshin, and Animal Crossing. And I decided to play Tales of Arise because I got bored of those 3 games. And we've been playing it straight since, almost every single day, to complete the story. And yeah, I don't know how you build that castle. Infernal Crossing. Oh, I don't have the other people with me anymore. Vacuum blades. What is this? Party
Shion's
disbanded.
been hanging out in the observatory a lot lately. Let's see if she's up there.
Observatory. Where am I headed? But what happened? Like, when that weird lady appeared and shit.
Is something going on?
Sounds like it. Kisara wants us all to meet at the castle entrance. Taking in the view again?
Yeah. Looking at the scenery helps take my mind off things.
Like what?
Being a maiden. Whether I really am a descendant of Naori. Those kinds of things.
I don't know what the significance. Blah, blah, blah.
So, are you mad at me?
For what?
I destroyed the Renaissance. Right as you were about to get rid of your thorns forever.
Why did you destroy it?
When I saw it appear in front of me, it reminded me of what happened back on Lenegus. And the rest was... it was all just a blur. I'm sorry.
It must have been a pretty terrible memory. Besides, we don't know that the Renis Alma actually was destroyed. For all we know, it might have disappeared with that red woman.
If so, then why are
Don't.
you...
It's okay. You brought me back. You got me away from Volron. That's enough for now. Let's get going. We shouldn't keep everyone waiting.
Hey, Shion.
Don't.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But if you come any closer, you'll only end up getting hurt.
Because of your thorns, you mean? Trust me, I've endured...
No, that's not it. You don't understand. Never mind. Sorry, just forget I said anything, okay?
If it isn't your thorns, does that mean there's something else?
It's just... It's nothing, really, okay? So you can stop asking me.
Okay. In that case, I'll see you up ahead, okay?
This is really tilting me. I'm a person of communication, and this is really annoying me. Are all the Tales series connected, or are they separate? I feel like they're separate, right? They're separate. Unlucky. I was curious of I was more curious about this story, but I'm pretty sure it's probably gonna end in a way where it's like not completely finished. More like references. Because I have so many questions and I hope they get answered, but if they don't get answers, I'm gonna cry. Not actually cry, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna be like sad.
Great, now I'm hurt and dirty.
I didn't play a lot of the Final Fantasy series. There's one worker, one person in this. Oh, there's one over here. Never mind. Oh, there's more plot coming? Okay, that's good, because I don't want it to end yet.
Oh, it's you two. I suppose that makes me the last one then.
We better get a move on or else we'll never hear the end of it from Kisara.
Right you are. A month has passed since we vanquished Volron. I would have thought that the Renans on Lenegis would have made their move by now. Yet they still remain as silent as ever. We have no idea what happened to Volron's body, nor its whereabouts. The Red Woman also has yet to reappear, for that matter. And contrary to what I had heard, when the Renis Alma formed, not 5, but 6 elements were present, with darkness constituting the 6th and final master core. Were either of you aware of this?
You mean about the Renis Alma? Of course not.
Same. I had no idea a Darkness Master Core even existed.
What about Shion's maiden powers?
No.
That was the first I learned about that, too. Or anything about having that power.
Me too. I remember thinking the same thing.
What could it all mean, I wonder? There are so many questions with too few answers, particularly when it comes to that red woman and her abilities.
Or at any other ability that used astral energy, I'd say it was an astral art. But hers was different.
Speaking of astral energy, we also mustn't forget that while the other Master Cores disappeared when forming the Renaissalma, for some reason the Fire Master Core remained. It may well have been the work of your maidenly powers. Alphen, are you still able to wield the blazing sword as before?
For now, at least. That Renaissalma sucked most of the energy out of the Fire Master Core, but it still has enough for me to use the sword.
And the sword is safe inside of me for the time being.
Good. At least that's one thing we needn't concern ourselves over.
You can say that again. We have more than enough to deal with as it is. Let's go.
Hey, wait up!
I heard we are all to meet at the castle entrance.
What a grand door this is. Holy moly.
This is Ganya, who has a problem he needs help with. I was just about to ask him what that problem is.
All right, then.
I'm hungry.
Let's go.
You're hungry. Where are your rations? Did you not get yours?
I did.
Are they not enough?
No, I have enough.
Then what's the problem?
Alphen, you have to remember, these people aren't used to responding so quickly. Be slow and gentle with him.
Oh, right. I forgot. Sorry about that. So you have your rations, and it's enough food, but there's still something wrong with them. What is it exactly?
I'm hungry.
Yeah, I got that part.
Do your rations taste bad?
I don't know.
What's that supposed to mean?
I haven't eaten them, so I don't know how they taste.
Wait, if you're not eating them, then what are you doing with them?
Bringing them into the castle.
What? Why? Wait, back up. Are others doing this? Who told you to bring your rations in?
Everyone in my group is doing it. I don't know who told us to do it. They only said to bring the rations into the castle.
I'm guessing none of us told them to do it, or else we'd know, right?
I was afraid that something like this might happen. The people in this capital are slowly regaining their own wills, but not everybody is getting them back at the same rate.
Are you saying someone who got their will back sooner might be taking rations from other people? If so, that's a serious problem.
Definitely. This is something we can't ignore. We need to investigate the castle.
It seems like the people here still tend to blindly follow any orders they're given.
It's a reflex that was quite literally beaten into them. Undoing it will take some time.
I know it's not their fault they're like that, but it's still irritating to deal with. Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
Hey, remind me, just what exactly are we all doing here?
What do you mean? We're helping people, aren't we?
Could have fooled me. Lately it feels like everything we're doing ends up half-baked. We liberated the people of Pelagian, but their hearts and minds are no less under the yoke than the day we found them. As for Volron's cronies, we have no idea where they scampered off to.
You think I don't already know all that? We're doing everything we can, aren't we? We didn't choose to get stuck here. Sometimes you have to play the hand you're dealt. Besides, you've seen all the same things I have. You know as well as I do that deposing the lords alone won't solve all the world's problems.
Rinwell's right. We've gotten this far, haven't we? We can't just leave things unfinished now.
I guess? I mean, I didn't think we'd be singing around the campfire as soon as the wall came down, but still.
The fight isn't over just yet. At least not while Lenegis remains a threat.
I'm just sick of all this waiting. If they're gonna invade, why don't they get a move on already?
Stop that! Don't you think we've got enough problems as it is without you tempting fate? Spot something?
Oh, no. Just wondering if I could see any armored guards.
Armored guards? You mean Volron's soldiers?
The moment we defeated their lord, all those guys bolted out of there. And not just out of the castle either. The city, too. For better or worse, it was the guards who looked after the city's Danans. Without them, making Pelegion half-habitable again has been one big headache.
It's not like they were on their last legs. They could have chosen to stay and fight, but instead they ran away and disappeared without a trace.
But without a lord to follow, they can't have any place to go. Unless... You don't think they went to Lenegis, do you?
It's not completely out of the question. Though I'd say it's more likely they're biding their time somewhere, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike back at us.
The people here in Pelegion are nowhere near ready to defend themselves. Great. Another headache to worry about.
Oh gosh, more dialogue.
Is it just me, or was today's dinner a little low on salt?
I felt that it was seasoned perfectly, so as to bring out the flavor of the ingredients.
Last taste buds are still like a kid's, so if his food isn't rich enough, I bet he doesn't feel like he's eaten anything at all.
Don't make fun of me! We all need salt in order to survive!
He has a point. You do lose stamina if you don't get enough salt in your body.
Yeah, I remember seeing people trying to lick the rocks back in Calaglia.
What? Why would anybody do that?
Sometimes you can find rocks out there that taste salty. They used to say it was because of all the tears we slaves shed.
Most likely, that was actually rock salt that they found. When our provisions ran low, Miguel would often bring some back for us to use. At the time, we used it because it's all we had. But now there's something hearty about rock salt I like. Even more than table salt.
Is it possible, perhaps, to find any rock salt in these parts?
It is. You have to know what you're looking for, but when I find any, I always break some up to refill our supply. The flavor even changes depending on what kind of terrain it comes from. Sometimes I end up collecting more than we need, just in case we like it.
Wow, Kisara's really serious about her salt.
You can always count on Kisara to be earnest. That's why we have to do our part and not add any more to her burden.
Mama Kisara. Mama Kisara, look for food in the Del Ferris castle. Really? Where the hell am I gonna find food? It's the main tower. Are you serious? I'm not the type of person. Okay, if you had to choose, right? Would you live in a big house or a small house? I'm the type of person to live in like a comfy house. Not too small and cramped, but also not like a mansion. That's too big. Too much cleaning.
Search through this whole castle?
Oh, quit grumbling. This sort of stuff's old hat for us by now.
Yeah. You've got a point, but...
It's not going to take forever, Law, I promise. Let's just do what we came here to do and get out.
Not bad. Just a lot of running.
very well.
Well,
Hey,
Pardon me.
What the hell? Do these guys not realize who we are?
doesn't seem that way. They must think we're just Danons from the town.
Whatever's going on, these are Volrun soldiers. Watch yourself.
It's over.
I'm ready.
Reload! Far enough! You're mine! Burning strike!
Anything more is all mine! Burn in hell!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth,
Now you
holy
see what I
glitter!
can do!
Holy land! You're mine! Searing tempest!
Negative
And
gate!
I will! Flare tornado! Searing tempest! Healing flaming fury! Burning strike! Laser spear! Pierce evil! You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. I never fit!
Snake in a vine!
Oh, that poor soul.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Yeah.
Hey. Hmm?
You don't say.
Well...
Well?
How?
Oh, that's where that. Oh.
Oh, wow!
So then,
That.
I can't believe how quickly you got all those soldiers to obey you, Dohalim.
actually, they were abiding Renin hierarchy, not me personally.
Well, either way, it solved the problem, and that's what counts.
That's funny, actually. That is funny, actually. I didn't think that that would happen like that. That's funny.
That was quite the little adventure we went on. I've talked to the soldiers and made it clear that they are to remain in line. Things should stay calm for the time being.
I know Renans tend to take authority extremely seriously, but you sure know how to throw your weight around as a former lord.
I only managed to get through to them because Volron's curse is lifting, but not to the extent that they can act independently as of yet. Considering we had other matters to attend to for the past month, we should consider ourselves lucky that nothing occurred during our absence.
But if they do start operating independently again, that's going to cause a whole new set of problems to deal with.
Indeed. Geneth Heros is unlike Menencia. Without intervention, they'll likely revert to oppressing the Danans as they were doing before.
Meaning there's still a lot of work to be done in this realm. Not that there aren't problems among the Danans, too.
Yes. There was no way to avoid the deep-seated conflicts that had festered here. But I just hate that we had to use your position as a lord to solve the situation, Dohalim.
Had I not intervened, yet more blood would have spilled here, and nobody wishes for that.
So, what's going to happen to the Renans here now?
Why do you ask?
We've stripped the soldiers of their armor and locked them up. They can't hurt you guys anymore. I promise.
So they're alive? They're not going to die?
What?
Those people deceived us. They did terrible, terrible things to us. They made us suffer. Long before you guys came along. For years and years and years. It was constant. Never stopped. Not even for a day. So many people died. Our parents, our children, our friends. They all died. They were murdered. And it was the Renans. The Renans were the ones who did it. They killed us. Why do they get to live after so many of us have died? The bastards should die! Every last one of them!
I know how you feel, Ganya. I used to be a slave, and I hated the Renans just like you. I took up the blazing sword to bring them down. But along the way, I've met many people and seen many things. People refusing the hand life dealt them. People who have lost loved ones, but are still trying to make this world a better place. People driven by hate who stopped before it was too late. And those who couldn't and paid with their lives. And I fought plenty of people who were all too happy to make others suffer. Believe me. But after a while, I came to realize that it's not the Renans who are our true enemies.
Then what the hell are we fighting if it's not them?
We're fighting against anyone who tries to take what doesn't belong to them.
But that's what these Renans are doing. How is that any different?
Because I judge everyone by their own actions. That goes for Danans too. Because at the end of the day, at the root of all evils committed is an individual who committed them.
You're right, Alphen. It seems like people are either blaming an entire race for one individual's sins, or an individual for everyone else's mistakes. But all that does is add more hate in a world that's already full of it. I want to help create a society where people can finally stop suffering and move beyond their pain. But if we try to do that with more violence, then we'll just end up right back where we started in the first place.
All right. Have it your way. I can't argue with the folks that helped us get back our ability to think and speak freely again.
Is that to say you trust us then?
I don't trust the Renans as far as I can throw them. I trust you guys because of who you are and what you've done.
Fair enough. We won't let you down, Ganya.
What's the matter, Kisara? Is something wrong?
Oh, no, nothing. It's fine, really. I'm just a bit worried about what'll happen to all these folks.
Right. It'll take time before they start thinking for themselves again.
Indeed, that is part of it. However, what I'm even more worried about is what will happen to them after that. What do you think they're going to want once they realize how cruel Volron was to them?
Probably revenge.
What happened to Ganeth Haros is the worst form of oppression we've seen, but treated cruelly or kindly, slaves will rise up.
Lenegis aside, there are still remnants of Renan supremacists scattered throughout Dana.
You mean all that trouble we went through to get rid of the Lords might just lead to more violence? That's the last thing I want to see happen.
Of course not. And if we don't do something to prevent it all from starting up again, there could be even more bloodshed for us to regret. There's still a lot we don't know about the Renan rulers. Whatever the face of truth behind their veil, it's on us to put a stop to them. But there is one thing that's clear. Whatever we do to finally end it, our motives can't be getting back at the Renans, or it'll all be for nothing.
So, what exactly is it that you're saying? That we should just act as if nothing happened?
Law's right. We can't expect everyone to just forget all the pain they've endured up until now. Not so easily, at least.
But we have to at least try to change course. We can't just keep allowing history to repeat itself like this.
Exactly. Look, I won't deny that between the crown contest and 300 years of oppression, there's a lot of bad blood between the Danans and the Renans. But all these problems are just too big for us to try to carry the burden on our own. We'll keep doing our part in the interim, but we need to take this one battle at a time.
Oh, goodness.
Glad that work's taken care of.
I don't think we're done just yet. I want you all to stick around a little longer. There might still be people who need our help.
When you think about it, thinking for yourself can be a heavy responsibility at times.
Yeah, it's not like your mind will only ever think about good, happy things for one.
Maybe so. But I'll still take that burden over living life as a puppet serving others. That's why I want to do everything I can to help these people.
Okay.
I think it's safe to rest here now.
Where are you going?
Since when do I need your permission to move around?
I wasn't saying that you do. I'm not sure why you're biting my head off about it either.
Oh, that's so typical of you. How can you be so relaxed about all this? At this very moment, the enemy is doing who knows what behind the scenes. And yet we're just sitting here twiddling our thumbs in Ganeth Harros.
I know that, but our hands are tied right now. What do you want me to do? And what's gotten into you anyway? Is there something you want to say to me, Shion?
Look, you're right. Forget I said anything.
If I said something to hurt you, I'm sorry. But I honestly don't know what I said to upset you so much. I really wish you would tell me.
You don't need to apologize. You didn't say anything. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault. Not really.
Then why?
Please just drop it. I don't want to talk about it.
All right. If that's what you want, I won't push any further.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. Just don't be too hard on yourself, okay?
I have a question for you. 25-hour stream. Do you see the stream timer on the stream? Do you see that? Do you see that thing? At the bottom left. What does that say? Above 6 hours. What does that number say? Can you... Is it too small?
Someone's calling out for us.
They could have something they need.
Well, huh? Got it.
Much? What is much?
Boomy. Boomy.
Heck? Are you stuck on that?
No way! Alright.
Having to inform a mother her son died isn't an easy thing to do.
But if not us, then who? That's why we have to find...
Oh.
Well, that's, yeah. Law.
Yeah!
Oh?
Oh, all right! I wasn't expecting a thank you for that.
Maybe socializing with people is helping to jog his memory bit by bit. You did good, Law.
Found the dead body's mother.
Ooh,
191 hours. Almost
I think
192.
Hoodle senses something.
Okay. Is that the correct one, or is 25 hours the correct one?
Sorry.
Yes.
You did what? She... what?
Alright.
She doesn't care that her son died?
How can she think of putting her son to rest as work?
Because that's the way people were made to think about every aspect of their lives.
I know she doesn't mean anything bad by it. I know that, but
It looks like she went out of town to take care of her son's body.
That's a little concerning. There are Zoogles roaming around out there. We should follow after her.
Uh-oh.
I wonder what we can make with this.
Uh-oh. We have to go protect the lady.
Well... Hey! Got it!
Huh? We finally made it.
Yes.
What?
You want to burn your child? That's how you do it? What?
Hmm?
Tell me, do you have no custom where relatives of deceased may say to their final farewells? Or people were too busy toiling away?
Hmm?
That's what I believe in. That's why I'm here. If anything different, I can be my guest and leave. I'll break down every last prayer, even if I have to do it alone. I sincerely apologize. I consider you a true friend, but it would appear I have yet to reckon with our people's dark history in earnest.
afraid
And while
not.
I completely accept the blame in all of this, words cannot express how very sorry I am for clearly offending you so
I'm
deeply.
sorry.
I'm sorry for lashing out at you as hard as I did, Dohalim. I guess I'm still working through a lot of my emotions. I know you were only thinking about what was best for her son, too.
Rinwell.
I'd like you to teach me about the culture and history of this planet. Perhaps that will help us begin to bridge the gap.
Huh?
Sure, I don't mind. Could you maybe teach me about Renan too, then, please? You two are more alike than you realize. Sometimes I'm glad we're able to patch things up. We've lost enough good people along the way as it is. We're sorry for the distraction. Let's lay your son to rest. We'll do it the Danon way. Thank you for granting me that task. I'll mention it's the least we could do for you as his mom. But because of all you, my son is at peace
Right.
now. Rest assured, we intend to build a future for this world and will make him proud. Ryoda.
That little speech you gave back there was pretty impressive, Alphen.
If you call letting your emotions get the better of you impressive, sure.
It made them stop fighting with each other, right? How?
God damn.
Something's eating at you again, huh?
I don't know if I would say that. I mean... Actually, I guess I do have one or two things on my mind. My people, we lived in hiding, so we never really experienced the full extent of Renan oppression. Not directly, anyway. After Almadria killed my mother and father, though, I guess that's when I started hating them so much. The Renans, I mean. But then I think of all those people who were born into slavery. The ones who never even got angry in the first place because it was all they ever knew.
I hear you. Every city we've been to, it's the resistance that gets labeled the troublemakers for having the guts to do the right thing.
When it comes down to it, sometimes I wonder which of us really has the better way.
You can't let your anger eat away at you, Rinwell. But then again, losing your parents that way... Hell, who could really blame you for it if you did? I guess what I'm trying to say is... sorry. Hell, it's hard putting this stuff into words.
No, I get it. You're saying that grief and anger are different than hatred. I never thought of it like that. But hearing you say it, it makes sense. Thanks, La.
You're welcome?
They have an inn?
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Wait, can we go to our forest yet? We still can't teleport there? How do we get back there? How do we get back to the owl forest? Because I can't go back there.
I think we've helped these people just about as much as we can. They're going to need more long-term aid than we can provide on our own.
You're right. We need to ask the other realms to send help, and fast. Another reason to hurry and find a way out of Ganath Harros.
Agreed. We'll start looking for a way out tomorrow. For now, we should spend the day resting up while we can.
Refine Ignorance Roar. I don't even have a flamestone. But it won't let me TP there. How do I TP there if it literally says it cannot enter? Fuck.
Oh. Always love the sound of hammers bang. Away.
Did you ever talk to the king or queen there? Like, look, I can't. The owl forest does it? It won't let me TP. What do you? What do I do? Oh, you can transfer skills now. So what does transferring skills do though? Ooh. Thermalock. What does Thermalock do? Grants immunity to poison? This? Jesus. What's resist? What's impact? Oh, penetration. Earth damage, alertness. I don't know what alertness means, but I'm not gonna be able to enhance it. All the way.
Maybe it's time I try.
Who was I gonna give the magic one to? Hmm. That'll have to do for now, I guess.
On something new.
No, I know how to get there manually too. I just can't
What?
go there.
What's that noise?
Helfin, this is bad! Look at the sky!
Huh?
Oh my god. What is that?
What's happening to Rena and Lenegis?
It looks like Lenegis is transforming? But into what? What's going on?
How the hell are we supposed to fight the Renans if they're packing that kind of arsenal?
It seems they've broken their silence at last. My concern is that object they've dropped into the water. It's as if they're driving a literal wedge into Dana.
Not just into Dana, but her own resistance too. And what's with that beam of light coming down from above? Got any idea what that could be?
Astral energy.
Are you serious? All of that is astral energy? But that...
It's a lot for sure. Not even all the astral energy harvested by every lord combined compares to that column.
They're trying to squeeze every last bit of energy out of the planet.
But why? I thought they only needed to harvest astral energy as part of the crown contest.
Who cares? If we don't stop it now, the whole of Dana is going to be hollowed into oblivion.
Oblivion.
Do you think that red woman is behind this?
It certainly wouldn't surprise me. Just as the Sovereign, the Maiden, and all 5 Master Cores are gathered in one location, she appears out of nowhere bearing a 6th core. She then forces the 2 of you to help her assemble the Renis Alma. Just what kind of person is this woman?
You mean you don't know her?
Pardon?
She was there at your palace, wasn't she? I figured you knew who she was.
Are you saying I should be familiar with this woman?
Well, sure. I remember seeing her with you back at Adelina Palace several times. Everyone in the guard always wondered who she was.
Now that you mention it, I remember seeing her with Balsif too. You saw her, right, Shion? Shion?
Oh, sorry, I drifted off. As far as I remember, the first time I saw her was when we ran into her in Pelagian.
Seriously? How could you two not notice her before? She sticks out like a sore thumb.
I guess I always figured she kept an eye on the lords for the Renin top brass.
You're sure you don't remember ever seeing her before?
I'm certain of it. My memory has never failed me.
But if it's not that, then...
We'll get to the bottom of this later. Right now, that wedge is a bigger concern.
Well, what are we gonna do then? We're not gonna be able to leave Ganeth Heros until we come up with a plan, right?
Cyslodia lies beyond the northern mountain range.
Yeah, but we haven't found a single route through those mountains while we've been here. And we haven't gotten clues from any of the freed locals either.
Surely there must be a way through. This realm can't have been completely isolated from the rest of the outside world for 300 years. Volron may have simply sealed and hidden it.
Okay, then let's try asking the townspeople again if they know anything. Who knows? We might have missed something the first time around.
Sounds good to me. Better that than trying to build a boat from scratch. Let's start searching.
That must be Rena's true power.
I imagined there would be something, but not to this extent.
What's gonna happen now?
We ask around. Let's do what we can.
Hey, when that wedge dropped down on Dana, did anyone else see any weird lights shoot out with it?
Indeed. As I recall, it was 4 lights, each one a different color and going in a separate direction.
That's what I saw too. What were they?
Hold on. A lot just happened here, so let's take a minute. For now, let's focus on one thing at a time.
I talk so much. Okay, it's done. What, why? Uh-oh.
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's okay, I'll just sit here and get my babies. Bully, it feels like bully. I'm getting showered. With touches. Okay, it's done. We're live. Okay. Check something really quick here. Thank you for the 2,500. Oh. Oh. Okay, hold on. I need to... It's so off. Look at this. It's not working. Well. Okay. Let me see. There we go. Okay. I hope that works. Alright. No, you didn't. I just never adjusted it before. Okay. Thank you for the 25k biddies! Oh my god, how much time did you add? Like, another 7 hours to the stream. That's what you did. Okay. I still can't TP. Alright.
I bet the whole of Dan is losing its mind right about now.
And just when we'd finished liberating all the realms. So much for things getting somewhere close to normal.
It's too calculated. As if whoever's behind all this was watching us.
The people of Pelegion seem pretty unfazed given the circumstances.
They've yet to get the full range of their emotions back. Maybe it's for the best. Can you imagine the panic otherwise?
Yeah, we wouldn't have been able to leave, that's for sure.
Whatever Lenegis is planning, it's a fair bet this wedge they've sent down is just the beginning.
Even now, they're stealing away Dana's astral energy as we speak. Come on, we don't have much time.
Oh. Adding... Oh, sorry. Hold on. Yeah, adding time to the stream, I don't really mind. It's just... It's more of like a... It's like a play... How do I say this? It's like... I'm playing it off that I'm suffering. Just kidding, I'm actually suffering. But like... You know, I want the stream to go for long. I'm just like... I don't know. You know that... the satisfaction that some viewers get by making the streamer suffer a bit? That's what I'm playing into. $308? I only get 250 of it. You do realize that anytime you donate in any way, there's fees incurred, whether that be donations or biddies. So I never get the full amount of what you paid. I only get partial.
Where are these Forland Mountains exactly?
Those are the mountains you encounter if you walk deep enough into the Lavtu marshlands.
I don't remember there being any sort of path like that around there.
It's possible we overlooked something before. It wouldn't hurt to look again.
Oh, it tells you, doesn't it? I thought it tells you when you purchase bits.
Armored soldiers!
Some of Volron's former guards.
Let's take them out quick before things get messy.
Oh, glory unto Volron!
Lay down your arms, and no one has to get hurt.
Silence! Traitors like you shall never walk free.
I knew you were stubborn, but you don't have to be so damn dramatic.
You hold on to your arms. Here I come.
Eat dirt!
Flare volcano. On guard. Mind if I do?
There you are!
Searing flame.
The enemy wields arcs.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your luck. And done.
Let's keep up the pace.
Here I go. I'm only getting started.
Summer won't save you.
I can do a breakdown of... Well, I can do it another day. I can put it in Discord. However you choose to support me and what percentages I get out of it, I guess. I don't know.
I'm not brave. I just get toasty.
Burn strike.
I see the discount I get off from being sub. Oh.
What's with the hole here? Is that supposed to be their hideout?
It doesn't look like it's freshly dug, whatever it is. Maybe it's the entrance to a path to Cyslodia. Everything all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Let's go. I can feel my precision improving.
Pay $1.20.
This place is rather gloomy.
Why don't you lighten the mood for us while we're here then?
I'll see what I can do. Tell me, Alphen, wherever did you learn how to wield a sword?
I was wondering the same thing too, actually. I'm guessing you knew how to fight before you met the Crimson Crows, right?
I used to be a soldier who served a Danon master. I never saw the guy's face, but I still fought for him because he was my employer. Looking back, it wasn't all that different from being a slave.
A Danon master? That must have been before the Renans brought you to Lenegis 300 years ago.
You must fight using real Danon techniques then.
Really? We used to have our own sword arts?
There's a lot of our own history we've lost since the Renans first invaded. It's not all magic and art. I'm sure it includes things like sword styles too. It's incredible and also a little surreal to see those arts still survive after all this time.
Not only that, but I first learned these moves while serving one ruler, only to end up turning my sword on the ruling class altogether. Pretty ironic when you think about it.
I apologize if I dredged up unfortunate memories for you.
Nah, we're good. It's in the past now. All we ever did in those days was stir up trouble.
You're using those skills for a good cause now. It's not all bad.
I suppose this is what people mean when they say that every cloud has its silver lining.
Exactly. He's using those sword skills to make the world better. Could be a lot worse.
True enough. I will stop worrying about mentioning it then.
No wonder we couldn't manage to find them. They've been holed up here all this time, hiding.
The remnants of Volron's forces. You think they were planning an ambush on Pelegion?
Possibly. Then again, knowing how blind their devotion is, maybe they were just waiting.
Waiting? For Volron, you mean?
Even though we already defeated him? But yes, I suppose you're right. For these guys, that would just be a technicality. They act more like worshippers than subjects. They're probably still in denial that he was overthrown in the first place.
Either that, or they were biding their time until the next crown contest. Either way, their allegiance is to their lord.
Who they're convinced and expectant will return. So in the meantime, they wait patiently in preparation for the day that he finally does. That's way more than just loyalty. It's no less than total subjugation.
Oh, right. I need to change this. Wait, didn't I get a skill recently, or did I not pick it up? Oh, Spear Sweep. A beginner artist spews water from out of the ground. A spread? Okay. Let's try it out.
I'm only getting a big
In a bind?
Hear my call! Come forward! Make it rain! Law, get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one!
Far enough! Too fast! Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Actually, I think the conversion rate I get the most is donation. Like if you straight up donate to me, it's the least.
Don't get complacent.
It takes out the least in fees, but it does still incur fees. It takes 3%. Well, PayPal takes 3% or something like that. So if you donate like 1,000, I only get 970 of it, basically. Something like that.
You've noticed it, haven't you?
Notice what?
I'm referring to Shion.
I never thought you, of all people, would come to me about her.
Yes, well, what concerns me has more to do with what machinations may be currently unfolding in secret on Lenegis as we make our way along this tunnel.
And you're saying it's related to Shion in some way?
Perhaps. She believed there was a good possibility that the Renis Alma may free her from her thorns. One would think after losing the Renis Alma, she would be more dismayed, and yet she isn't. Why? There's also the matter of the power that she inherited from...
You heard what she said. She didn't know about the Maiden's power.
Mere ignorance does not preclude her deep connection to the events unfolding around us. You recall when her thorns went rampant in Castle Delpharis. I've never seen dark astral energy manifest in such a way.
I thought you said all Renins had dark astral energy inside of them.
Correct. However, what Shion exhibited was far beyond what any ordinary citizen could ever possibly possess. And let me be clear. I do not intend to cast doubt on Shion, or her motives. Nevertheless, I cannot shake the feeling that there's more to all of this than what we currently know. Do you disagree?
Yeah, someone reminded me to check for food in an hour. Reminder that I won't speak during dialogue. I'll try not to, because I want to preserve the story experience, I guess.
can do this. I just have to get it together. We're right here. We can help you.
Shion's right. You have us to lean on.
You're right. Here I go. Thanks. I'm only getting.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malika!
That about did it.
That was unbelievably awesome.
Why do I suddenly feel jealous?
It's obvious that people used to go through here in order to get to the other realms.
You think Volron really did seal it off to keep it hidden then?
Seems like it. Those soldiers we encountered might have known about it, but chosen to hide out here.
But with the entrance collapsed and exposed, they must have been forced to come out of hiding.
Go this way for loot. Go this way for loot. Go this way for loot. Go this way for loot.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Can't get out of this!
Sorry. Burning strike. Hear me. Flame of fury. Burning strike. They may look cute and stuff, but they're wicked.
They got me in their sights.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
We sounds like a job for you as
For
truly.
now. But things could shift at a moment's notice.
You're right. Better stay alert. We'll make it right. Open. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
One hit wonder. Achievement unlocked. I am a one hit wonder.
Must be easy to pick
My
off the
stream is a
bad
one-hit
guys from
wonder.
far off.
It is. I mean, aside from adjusting for movement, wind speed, trajectory...
See? Easy.
Out of our way.
Nothing gets by me!
Steering hell. And that's our will.
You picked the wrong fight.
In a bind? Steel.
Do it. I never miss.
Flying freaks. Why can't they make it real?
Get toasty.
Burn strike.
Right, next one.
Illuminate the dark.
Already on it.
There.
I'm on
You're
it.
mine. Raging cascade. Gemini rockfall. Sleep now. Water. Hear my call. Red. Lightning annihilation. Now. Good world. Demon's descent.
Flashing fang. With my comrades, I'm unstoppable.
And what about without them?
More stoppable?
What does Magma Ray do? Hold on. Magna Ray. I used it so many times though. Gemini Aqua. Lunar Corruption. Flies and fires into causing an explosion that launches enemy into the air. Luke Celestia. Throws a bomb that sends up countless. Oh, I actually kind of want to use that for a bit. Luke Celestia. That one. Oh, I just came from here.
What could this be?
Meat.
I see supplies and other signs people were living here. Even Zoogle cages.
Definitely looks like this is where the remnants of Volron's forces hold themselves up.
Okay, what is the best
hiding in a place
AFK
like
way to cook meat?
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
This one's
I actually like that.
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life. And done.
Let's keep
Alright, hold on. I need to...
This one's mine!
Not today.
We're in the home stretch, guys. What you say? I owe you, Tion. That focus goes double for you, Law.
Me? How come I get singled out?
I'm out of ammo. Sliver. Holy
I'll
land.
smash you.
Annihilation.
I'm on it.
Radiant strike.
Can't get out of this!
Going in. There. Got you. Tiger blade. Radiant away.
Slow roast or boil?
The heavens must be smiling.
If you slow roast... Oh,
My-
Sapphire One Piece. Is it an outfit? No, it isn't. It is a...
Word. This must be the work of Providence.
Prava what now?
It means destiny. I think it's a bit of an exaggeration, though.
102. Alright. What other skills? I don't know why I'm bothering you. Ooh. Luke DeViso. Consuming wildfire. Oh, I can't. Okay, Luke DeViso. Luke DeViso? Luke DeViso. Why don't I see it? Oh, it's a... Why don't I see it? Am I blind? Luke DeViso. Activate by holding key assigned to Luke Celestial. Oh, and shoots a bomb causing rays of light to chase. Oh, it's an extension. I have to use both of those. I need to use both, unfortunately. Does using it in training count? Like, you know that training place that was shown to us in Vincent or whatever? X-Breaker.
Don't worry, I've got plenty to go around. If it's in the sky, it's mine. Here, take it. Far enough. I never miss. Radiant illuminates now from Elfin. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Easy peasy, huh, Hoodle?
Yeah, but like when you use the abilities, right? You know how like it counts it? Does in the training grounds does it count? Arena Celestia. Why don't I see these abilities? Arena Celestia. Can inflict paralysis on enemies. Oh, it's my god. I have to use jumping abilities. Okay, it counts. Alright.
Miasma! Decay! Arc Seal! Legendary dreams! Hurricane Strike! Raging Storm! Miasma! I'm out of time!
This one's mine!
Lightning Condemn! Thunderblade! Radiant Light! Talent Hurricane!
We may get out of this alive after all.
Yeah, things would be bad for a minute there.
I'm pretty sure we can handle anything.
Take this!
Going in!
Make it rain!
Okay, so that means I'll have to go, if whenever I can, I have to go to the training ground and just spam abilities until I learn new ones.
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Oh lord.
How much do they have to steal from us to be satisfied?
What's that thing's purpose, anyway? Some kind of siphon that sends the astral energy the Lords harvested to Lenegus?
Not as far as I'm aware. That said, it has become evident since the forming of the Renaissance, as well as other recent events, that my insight may be thin. I would, as I believe the saying goes, take what I say with a grain of salt.
Dohalim.
At the very least, I believe we can assume that whoever is pulling the strings behind the scenes has had this in the works for quite some time.
Why's that?
The people on Lenegus may have plenty of resources at their disposal, but not even they could prepare something like that in a mere month. Something of that magnitude takes considerable time, as well as a predetermined goal in mind.
Then what was the crown contest for?
At this stage, I think it was but one step in the greater scheme we see unfolding before us. What that scheme is exactly, I haven't a clue. For now, I believe we should keep moving. The path continues. It's quite possible it will take us all the way to Cislodia.
Agreed. Let's keep moving.
So Shion's thorns are dark astral energy.
Rinwell, are you worried about Shion?
Of course I am. But I don't know how to talk to her about it.
You and me both.
Come to think of it, what happened to those 4 lights that fell from Lenegus along with the wedge?
All 4 of them scattered in different directions. It's anyone's guess where on Dana they might have landed.
I'm not entirely sure, but it seemed like those lights may have all been different elements of astral energy.
So even though they're using the wedge to siphon off energy from Dana, they're shooting it back down to Dana as well? Why?
I don't know. It all happened so suddenly.
Hopefully it's not a sign of some new threat we'll have to deal with.
But if that red woman has anything to do with the wedge, then what could that light...
It's weird, isn't it?
Oh?
The Red Woman. Shion and Dohalim said they'd never seen her before Pelegion.
Are you saying they're lying to us?
No, it's not that I think they're lying, just... there has to be some reason for it, right?
Well, one thing the 2 of them have in common is that they're both Renins.
Okay, you 2. Put a pin in it for now. I know that we're in the dark about a lot, but for now, let's focus on getting through these mountains.
Yeah, of course.
I was gonna say, a lot of Japanese stories involve aliens invading Earth and taking over. Like, from other planets, like, and whatever. Well, I wouldn't say Japanese, but the one I'm referring to is Naruto. How... What is it? The Otsutsuki or whatever? They're like going around each planet and collecting planet's energy and whatever, and then using it for their own. And they're like the Renins are doing here. Yeah.
Go no further!
Right here! I got you!
Radiant here! Sighted! You're mine! Radiant here! I'm out of ammo! Annihilation!
Got flyers.
Have you ever considered a defensive approach?
Sit around and wait for them to get me first?
Just watch you don't get hurt, okay?
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. This one's got your name on it!
This calls for a celebratory drink.
I won't forgive you! I'll tear you apart! Water, hear my call! Illuminate! Radiant here! Radiant here! Sight, where are you going? Far enough! Radiant here! I'm out
Prepare to be sealed, Oak. Actually, Sound is more appropriate.
Seems about right to me.
I need to heal some of these guys.
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
I'm surrounded!
Here! Did that...
Will this help?
Look sharp!
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint.
Freak! Nope, that isn't silly.
Oh, Kasara can just heal herself. Okay.
I do. I'm out of ammo.
Looking good out there.
Just getting started.
That's the spirit. Take no prisoners.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. We barely managed to turn that battle.
You don't need to sound surprised.
Perhaps I'll put more faith in you then.
Well, I certainly won't argue.
The heavens must be smiling.
Where am I with this? I need to use this a couple more times. Spread. Glacio Celestria. Fires a bomb that turns giant into ice. Okay, gotta jump and use that more often. Gotta use spread more often as well. Have to use everything more often. I'm lucky.
It sure got cold all of a sudden after we passed the peak.
La.
Yeah, we're getting close.
Get lost. This one's mine. This one's mine. Crush all. Infernal Blazers, crush all.
Nothing gets by me.
Take this.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
I never let eat. This is it.
Now I'm in the groove.
Now.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life.
Don't get complacent.
I'll leave that there.
Out of my way. Hear my call. Spread. You want to play? My I'm out of ammo. You know, Laura, watching you really makes me realize.
Makes you realize what?
Maybe thinking too much gets in the way sometimes.
Exactly. Don't think. Just keep swinging.
Hear my call. Water. This one's I'm all stopped up.
Prepare to be sealed.
On guard. There.
Any injuries?
Get lost. I'll smash you. Spread. Sharpness. Hurricane foot. Laser. Talent storm. Illumination. Tectonic punch. Here I go. Make it ready.
Hey! Ha! Blow them away!
Radiant here.
I'm on it.
This one's mine. I'm out of ammo. Radiant light.
Eagle fly!
I'm only getting water. Hear my
The flame inside me! Hey! Ha! Blow them away!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Hi, Hoodle. I never miss.
Burn in hell!
Water. Hear my look sharp. Spread. Make it rain. Hear my call. Spread. Supernova. Radiant here. Look sharp. Radiant here.
Looking fearsome, Rinwell.
You must be rubbing off on me.
Let's kick some ass, kid.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Make it break!
Kizora, go for it!
Prepare to crumble! You were practically a blur. Together with your marksmanship, we make quite the team.
Sapphire Guard. How are we doing? Oh. I haven't been using that a lot. 35 out of 100 here. Spread? Oh god, 17 out of 40. I've invested so much into fire, there isn't... Oh, can you save certain preset skills? Like skill presets?
We made it to Cislodia.
We need to get that bridge down somehow.
It looks like we can control it from our side. Let's take a closer look.
Are you okay, Law?
Hmm? Oh, fine. Just thinking. The past is a real downer. That's why I'm focused on what's ahead of me. You?
Yeah. I'm going to stay the path. As long as we're all together, I know we'll be all right.
Same here. Now let's get moving.
Who was it that said I could change hairstyles later in the game? I'm gonna tell you, this is not a hairstyle change, okay? This is not a hairstyle change at all.
Oh, good. We can cross through here.
Stop! Who goes there?
My name is Alphen. We're not your enemies.
Did you say Alphen? Slap me silly, it really is you!
Forgetting someone?
Rinwell! Oh, glad to see you're doing okay.
What are you guys doing out here?
We're patrolling the realm. Never thought I'd bump into you all on my rounds, though. Heck, enough of me, though. What's going on up in the sky? Feels like the world's gonna end.
That's what we're trying to figure out ourselves. And as it happens, I've got a big favor to ask.
I had an inkling that's why you'd come back. As soon as I saw you in the distance. So you beat all the lords, huh? Damn, you really must be a hero.
I just did what I had to. So can you send anybody to help Ganeth Harros?
I think we can help out. I'll hit up the other resistance groups and rustle up some support. I doubt they'll have a problem sending people once I mention it's you who's asking.
Thanks. If you guys can help out, that'll give us a chance to do something about that wedge out in the ocean.
Yeah, I think that's something only you guys can handle. Speaking of which, that thing's out in the middle of the ocean. How do you even plan on reaching it?
By boat. We're about to go look for one.
No rest for the weary, I see. Hey, what happened to that mask you used to wear?
It's a long story. Let's just say I lost it.
I sure never expected to run into Bregan.
Cislodia's probably in good hands with him.
Yeah, now we can focus on finding a ship.
A boat, huh? Where are we gonna find one of those? It's not the kind of thing people just leave lying around.
Especially not Renans. For an Imperial power, they never have shown much interest in maritime expansion. Still, I dare say there should be the odd small vessel here and there.
All well and good, but that structure's slap bang in the middle of the ocean. A fishing boat won't cut it.
Let's just try to find one that won't sink us halfway out, yeah? Not that it needs to be a huge galley like Almadria's or anything.
Just as well, since we've passed, let's see, literally 0 huge galleys.
All I know is we have to reach that thing in the ocean. Anything that might work, I say we try it. Thanks to Bregan, it seems like Ganeth Harrows should be in good hands, at least.
I wonder who they'll send to look after things. It'll be someone from one of the other resistance organizations, no doubt.
They could do a whole lot worse than someone like Doc. A knowledge of medicine would go a long way there.
Wait, do you mean the old guy back in Calaglia? Ganeth Harrows would be one hell of a trek from there. He'd have to get here first.
My brother's old second-in-command, Legil, would be a perfect fit, too. Pity she'll probably still have her hands tied up with work in Menancia.
Mahag Sar will be the same story. They won't have the manpower as it is, let alone enough to start exporting it.
Man, everyone's still struggling to get back on their feet, huh?
Knowing Bregan, he'll probably take things into his own hands. He seems like the kind of guy who enjoys a challenge.
Thinking back on it now, though, it does kind of make you realize just how many people we've gotten to know in each of the places we visited.
That's true. And each and every connection we forged is priceless. Anyway, we can trust Bregan to take care of things from here. Come on, let's focus on the task at hand.
Find a ship. Can I go to the Owl Forest now? I can. Owl spotter. Ooh. Scarlet inherited coat, blue inherited silver enclosure armor, copper insignic, red black wolf vest, green wolf vest, crimson hairpin. Another one?
Look! It's all the owls we found. I guess this was their way of thanking us for finding them.
It looks like they're grouping up by color. Is that a thing?
Actually, the color of Dan and Owl's feathers is based on their maturity and their astral energy element. So maybe they stick to certain groups even if they all belong to the same kingdom.
Then I guess that means we can tell just how many owls we found in each domain.
They seem to be saying something.
Maybe they're thanking us for finding their buddies. Then again, maybe they're telling us that we have more owls to find.
I think the Queen is protesting that they shouldn't put undue pressure on us.
Maybe he's arguing back that we're the only ones they can actually turn to?
Right. Which is why the Queen is worried about sowing any ill will with us.
We'll do our best, so don't worry, I think.
Can you understand them?
Of course not. I'm just inferring. For some reason, when I hear them talk, That's just what I imagine them saying.
Oh, well, I think you're pretty close to the mark at least.
Well, don't worry about it. We're not breaking our backs over this. I think that was a thank you.
Seems like it. From both of them.
Hoodle seems happy with this. Isn't that nice, Rinwell?
Huh? Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Looks like we got another reward.
I didn't realize that so many still remained. Danon owls truly are majestic indeed.
I thought the Danon owls had all but died out myself. That's what I get for making assumptions.
Just so we're clear, this place is supposed to be a secret.
Yes, I'm aware. Places like these should be kept out of the public eye.
It's a pity, though. With proper training, they could be made into a magnificent chorus.
What are they hooting about now?
Alphen and Shion can interpret for us, right?
Huh? Oh, no, I mean, it was just a lucky guess last time.
Yeah? Maybe you'll be lucky twice. Go on, give it a shot.
Really? Well, if you say so. Let's see. Listen to them. Are they really up to the task?
What do you mean? You're the one who put them in charge.
It's my responsibility to protect our friends.
Stop trying to take everything upon yourself.
This is what the owls are saying?
Of course.
I must say, though, we've found quite a number of owls. It's a testament to how much you care for Hoodle, Rinwell.
I wonder which branch Hoodle will perch on.
Rinwell?
Oh, nothing. Don't mind me. Well, come on. The perches are only half filled. We've got to find the rest of the owls.
All right. Colored coats. Do I go red because I like red? Wolfless vest. What the heck, man? Honestly, I'll leave the Imperial Shield on her. It looks the best. I don't like any of these. Oh, butterfly wings on him! She only has 3 hairstyles without long ponytail. The last main story outfit she gets in the farmer outfits where she's wearing a hat. How do you get the farmer's outfit? How do you get all the outfits, actually?
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
I feel like somebody's watching us.
Maybe. Serious? I guess.
What?
All right.
Huh?
You did it!
What is?
I don't know what level I need to be for the main story quest right about now.
Well, if it ain't the Blazing Sword and his merry crew.
He's alive.
I can't believe you're still alive.
Course I am. If you landlubbers can make it out of that sinking ship alive, ain't no reason an old sea dog like me wouldn't too.
Yeah, but that wave hit hard. I'm glad to see you're okay. Sorry we put you in so much danger back there.
All water under the bridge at this point. You helped make one of my life's dreams come true. The ship, on the other hand, she took a bit of a beating, though, I'll admit.
Really? What happened to it? It looks fine to me on the outside.
She's fine now, but she was in rough shape when I made it back here. Engine chamber gave up the ghost. Without a lot of options, I decided to talk to the head honcho of the Dark Wings and see if he could help at all. And wouldn't you know it, Crazy Fool sent over Renin engineers to help. Can you believe it?
Renin?
Yep. Said they came from Menancia. They were real professionals. Did what they needed to and didn't give me guff or anything. I was damn near floored.
So they did the work themselves. Good on them.
Well, they did a bang-up job, because she's better than ever now. Speaking of which, I take it she's why you're here?
Yes. We need to get out on the ocean, and fast. When can we set sail?
Give the man a minute to think it over, Alphen. He hasn't even said yes yet.
It's all right, little lady. I'm a man of the sea. I'll gladly help. Hop aboard, folks.
Okay, one sec. Boots here.
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
Ugh.
I guess cookies and gushers are what I'm gonna have for meals today.
This thing already looked plenty huge from afar. Seeing it up close makes it really hit home.
I didn't expect the journey to go so smoothly. I figured the Renans would send something to sink us.
Maybe they didn't think we had the nerve to come.
Somehow I kinda doubt that.
It's entirely possible they don't see us as a threat.
What do you mean?
That they think they're beyond our reach. Still, this structure is quite the unusual sight. Truth be told, never seen anything like it.
You're right. It doesn't look like the buildings on Lenegis at all. Or like any Renan structure for that matter.
It's weird. It doesn't feel like the kind of thing that has people inside either. Yeah, it's definitely something creepy. What the hell is it even made of?
I don't know. It's not mechanical or biological, but it's definitely alive in some way.
Shion?
I'm okay. It's nothing.
Well, what do we do now?
We have to stop this thing from siphoning off all of Dana's astral energy. That means finding the core and smashing it to bits.
Okay, but look at the size of it. I don't know if we'll find the core just wandering around.
Good point. Can anyone get a read on the astral energy around us? Any kind of a sign?
There's a rather enormous flow of energy moving directly upwards. If we wish to follow it, we'll have to do some climbing.
Rinwell?
Over there?
Hey, what's up with you?
Huh?
You okay? What happened?
I'm not sure. When I was reaching out to the astral energy, I thought I heard a voice.
A voice?
Yeah. I couldn't make out any words, but it sounded like it wanted me to come to it.
This seems like a trap, right?
It's not a trap.
How can you tell?
Listen, I don't know why, but when it spoke to me, I knew it wasn't hostile.
What do you think?
It could well be a trap. However, it's also our only real option short of wandering aimlessly about.
Let's trust Rinwell on this.
You sure?
Yeah.
It beats the alternative, I guess. What did I say? Sheesh, it's like walking on eggshells around here.
Sometimes you have to choose your words more carefully, Law.
Huh? Oh, right.
Okay. Normal attack during a combo. You have to meet 80% of owls for this? Damn, there's so many. Does the boost strike the, that I don't know. Oh, I should have picked that. Fuck, how do I undo this? I can't undo it, can I?
We're going in.
Oh. Yeah, but I can't undo anything, can I? Lucky. Hello, Dahi. The wedge. This place looks really creepy.
I see that the interior of the wedge is every bit as strange and unusual as the exterior. Intriguing.
If I didn't see it come from Lenegis, I wouldn't believe it was Renan. Just what's with this place?
Yeah, it's all twisty and lumpy. Whatever it's all for, I'm stumped.
Get lost! Armor won't save you! Look sharp! Water, whatever you do, just stay away from the forge! Confiscated! Now! Alvin! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Water, hear my call! Denied! I never fit! Water, hear my call! Going in! Annihilation! Water, hear my call! Blaze on fire! Do it! Yukara!
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Wanna be the one to block next time?
Huh? Not really my thing.
I didn't mean to do that.
Get lost!
This one's all mine.
Lightning condemned! Glacier! Illuminate the top! Water, hear my call!
You picked the wrong fight. No further.
Annihilation! Water! I'm on a roll now! Spread! This one's mine! Here I go. Sleep now.
I can handle it.
All good things. Hear my call. A whirling struggle. One more.
This one's all mine.
This one's mine. Camp ready. I never miss.
Make it rain.
Puddle.
More power to protect
Oh, am I
everyone.
feeling not the
And to be
greatest?
protected.
Yeah, that one.
What is this place?
This is all Dana's astral energy.
Are you saying the Renans are funneling it through here to send to Lenegis?
Sure looks like it. We have to put a stop to it. Quickly.
Out of our way. Water. Hear my call. This one's mine. Water. Hear my call.
This one's mine.
Not on my watch. Spread. Can't be swirl.
Look sharp.
Healing circle. Raging storm.
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Steel force. I'll heal you all. Healing circle. Take it. Your water. Hear my call.
Hope I feel a little better soon. That's not gonna happen.
Looks like we got them all.
Out of my way. Right here. I got you.
Can't get out of this.
Water. This one's mine. Here goes. Illuminate the dark.
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Here I go. Illuminate the dark.
We may get out of this alive after all.
Yeah, things would be bad for a minute there.
I'm pretty sure we can handle anything.
Confiscated. Sighted. On guard. Thunder field. Shred.
Look sharp!
Lightning tiger blade.
Illuminate the dark. I'm only getting holy land. This one I'm only getting started. Hurricane strike. There's more where that came from.
This seems strange. Like it should be among creatures you'd find in a forest.
Cut it out. I don't need to hear that. It's gotta be man-made, right?
Were it so, it would not be any easier to predict. Remain vigilant.
It arrived? What? Oh, what arrived? Alright, 7 more times. Just need to use the ability 7 more times.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
1, 2. Yeah, it arrived. 3. 4. 5. 6. One more time. 7.
What she said. Eyes on the prize.
That focus goes double for you, Law.
Me? How come I get singled out?
On guard. There. One more. Annihilation. Astral energy. Full throttle.
Cookie pie? Yeah, it
Those
arrived.
astral arts of yours are pretty impressive.
My diet is only gushers and cookies
You're full of
today.
surprises yourself.
So I use spread 40. Do I get anything new? Oh, I don't, right? What I'm guessing is the more often you use the skill, the more damage it does, the higher the stars. Where am I headed?
Ignite! In a bind?
Here I go. Now, dueling. This one's got your name on it.
Action to action.
Flying freak!
Let's
Why
give it
can't
a
they just
whirl.
sit still? Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. Here, let me help. Annihilation. Hold this. Look sharp. Fierce sweep. Raging storm.
What did I learn? I learned a skill.
We don't have firearms here on Gander. I can show you mine if you like. This one's got your name on it.
Action to action.
I learned a skill. What skill was it? Scorched Earth? Is that what it is? Let's try it. Scorched Earth. Wait, is that a jumping skill? It is! Glacio, Arena, Spear Sweep. Tres Ventos.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Pineapple gel. Oh, I can get a bunch of pineapple gels from Lair. I just gotta come back and farm it. Hello, Yoshi. Oh god.
We're in for a long slog with this one. Searing tempests and next blast in the wind. Flare tornado. You want this? I'll crash you. Burning struck.
You picked the wrong fight.
Raging cascade.
Got fire.
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
All yours.
Leave the
ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me. Searing tempest. Holy glimmer. Holy glimmer. Got miasma. Look sharp. One more. Tectonic punch. Take it. Miasma. Sleep now. This one's mine. Annihilation. Look sharp.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Only like a couple of the aerial attacks. I gotta fix it.
Fair enough! Ignite! Blow them away!
Light asteroid. Annihilation.
Have you ever considered a defensive approach?
Sit around and wait for them to get me through?
Get toasty.
Bird strike! I'm even stronger than before.
Glacio. Spear Sweep. Spear Sweep for that one. Scorched Earth for this one. Tres Ventos. Other ones kind of suck.
This place definitely isn't easy to navigate. That's for sure.
I doubt this structure was conceived with the ease of people's movement in mind.
Yeah. We've been seeing nothing but Zoogle nests.
It's almost as if we're inside an incredibly immense spirit vessel of some sort.
A spirit vessel? If that's the case, then that would make Lenegis the master core that's receiving all the astral energy.
Hey, have you heard that voice again since we came in here?
Oh, so now you believe me?
I never said I didn't believe you.
The further in we go, the stronger the voice gets.
Is that a sign we're going the right way then?
Where's this voice coming from? Can you tell?
Yeah, kind of. I hear it inside me, but I feel like it's also coming from every direction around us. It's hard to describe. It's almost like it's surrounding me.
Surrounding, huh?
Considering astral energy is involved, it's not that unusual.
Right, but it's not scary or anything. Listening to it is really soothing.
If you think so, just promise you'll say something if the voice gets too clingy or anything.
I promise.
Go no further!
Annihilation!
In a vine?
Searing flame! Reload! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning! Dance in the wind!
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Oh, magic is in!
No more playing nice!
Come on! You have to hold on! Alright! Now where was I?
Annihilation! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Just what the doctor ordered!
Hurricane flood!
Was all mine!
I'll heal you all! Lightning condemned! On guard! Healing circle!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint.
Make it work! Get toasty!
Burn strike! Those bombs of yours are amazing!
Who needs a gun when you can send them flying? I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Hi, Doodle! I'm only getting started.
I'll smash you!
Far enough! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Raging cascade!
Two heads!
Lightning bear! Burning boom! I never miss!
Let it carry on!
No further!
Going in! Flare!
Tornado!
Look sharp!
Flame of fury! Burning strike! Lightning! Raging cascade! Earthquake!
Oh, now
I'm only getting started.
this one's mine!
Here I go!
A whirling struggle!
Look sharp! Got the steel! Zephyr Twine in the stockpile! Oh, sleep now! Get over here with the ice! Lightning fury! Banana! Time to burn! Raging storm!
Now you see what I can do!
Searing flame! Reload!
Here we go!
Again!
Flaming meteor! Nothing can get me!
Flame of fury! Holy
Can't
land!
get out of this!
I never miss!
Look sharp! With the tear!
How do you like being pounded into shape?
Lightning condemned! Thunder! I'm on Evil drive! Annihilation!
Crescent moon!
Wow. My NPC didn't fucking use or overcharge or whatever the heck it is.
Look sharp!
Will this help?
late lately.
I can teleport now.
Prepare to be seized.
I'm in trouble! Call a doctor!
If there was one, we would have called it.
That's a good point. Fine, freeze! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. I'm only getting started.
We may get out of this alive after all.
That's my cue.
Looking bad for a minute there.
Shut
I'm
him
pretty
down.
sure we can handle anything.
Now. Tiger blade. Hurricane foot. I'm all stuffed up. Going in. Now.
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Easy. Way to go. Here I go.
Fire inside me, yours to be let free!
There. Now. It's
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Much longer will our healing arts last?
Where is Rena? Homeland of the Renans.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Searing tempest.
Did you hear it now?
Light flare tornado.
Piercing roar!
Oh, violent. Cause now. I never feed the enemy's arts to me. Searing blade.
No complaints here. You!
Water, hear my call! Too much to handle! Going in! Hurricane strike!
Look, get behind me!
Shield and annihilation!
It's the neighboring planet?
I can feel my precision improving.
Like how the Earth is to the moon, or like how the Earth is to Mars?
We've sure climbed up a long way, haven't we?
Watch your step ahead. With no fencing in place, it would be quite hazardous to fall.
We're in for a long slog with this one.
Annihilation! Flame of fury! Burning water! Hear my call! Trying to keep up to the wall! Dance in the searing tempest! Sleep now!
It's time.
Don't worry, I got plenty to go around. Here I go!
Far enough! No further!
I'm only getting started! Talon storm! Ground and flame! We managed to turn the tide!
For now. But things could shift at a moment's notice.
You're right. Better stay alert. Where are you going?
I'll take this!
Into the shadows!
Do it! Don't leave! Hey! Blow them away!
I like Earth and Venus.
Hurricane
All the way save you to be let free!
Not in your dreams!
Do it!
There!
Law, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Want to be the one to block next time?
Huh? Nah, not really my thing.
Did anyone post how to get the other outfits in the game or no?
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
This one's mine! Right here! I got you!
Holy hand! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Searing tempest!
You require a hand.
Sealed!
Can't get out of bed!
Water!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sound
Sounds like a job for yours truly. Steal. One more. I'll be saving this one. Time to
This one's all mine.
this one's mine.
This one's mine.
Raging storm. It's over. Searing flame.
Damn it. It's too fast.
You may get out of this alive after all.
Yeah, things really be bad for a minute
Where
there.
are you
I'm
going?
pretty sure we can handle anything.
I'm only getting started. Holy land. Annihilation. Here I go. You're mine. Hear me. Flame of fury. Burning. Take this.
Now you see what I can do. Throbs in pain.
Thunderblade. Illuminate over.
In a bind.
Holy glimmer. Holy land.
Make it red!
Only get
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life. And done.
Let's keep up the pace!
Raging cascade. Annihilate. Sight. It's over.
This one's all mine.
Perfect move. Dream. Tiger blade.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Law. Get toasty.
Bird strike.
Completing the story side quest, completing the Owl Forge DLC. Give me a few minutes on finding the quest needed to be done. Okay. Kingly Vest.
New equipment.
Out of our way.
You picked the wrong fight.
Flame of fury. Burning. This one's lightning condensed. Thunderblade. Illuminate all. Fierce sweep. Don't mind if I do. Raging cascade. Here I go. Hear me. Sleep now. Burning. Let's go. Far enough. It's over. Raging annihilation. More with that now.
Wait, no way.
Calm now. Through all. Seal.
Wait, it's been 2 hours already?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
What's the secret to being as strong as you? You're pretty fierce. Well, maybe.
Wow, thank you for sushi.
Look what I just found.
Oh, it's okay. I only ate 1 cookie slice. Thank you, thank you. Oh god, these are scary. Ah, I love sushi. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for making it a little bit better.
The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must rip.
Is it a coat? Coat.
Really like it, Alphin.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know, but I'm on SNAP benefits, and the last time they charged up they gave me credits to my SNAP was in March, and they haven't refilled for the month of April, so I haven't had money to buy groceries for myself.
matter what, nothing gets past my shield. Now I'm real mad.
This one's mine. Where are you going?
All the money that I make from stream is for the rigging costs that I got scammed with. So like, even if you donate money to buy food, all that money is gonna go into rigging until it's fully paid off, as well as the art that somebody said they would pay for. Who keeps using my CP? They're pissing me off.
You picked the wrong fight.
My favorite sushi? I have a couple. I have a couple of regular makis, and then there's a couple that are specific to restaurants because they make it a specific way. Someone keeps using my fucking CP. Which NPC is it? I'm literally gonna kick you from party. Holy shit. Faster magic charge. Man, if only I had that much. Faster AG recovery. Increased art casting resilience. That would be nice too.
I don't know when it happened, but we sure are hauling a lot of stuff these days.
I was just thinking the exact same thing. Glad to hear I'm not the only one.
We should probably clear some stuff out. Like our old weapons we're not using anymore. They must be in pretty bad shape by now.
No way. Those are still good as new with a little polishing. If anything, I'd say all our armor is what's weighing us down.
But that armor's also still good once you fix it up. Besides, better to have too much armor than too little. You can trust me on that one.
Well, what about all these dumb old antiques we're lugging around? If we sell those off, that should lighten our load.
Simpletons such as yourself who can't appreciate the true worth of such things is how precious art vanishes from history.
Pretty art's not gonna save you in a fight, man.
Stop it, you guys! This is no time to...
All I really meant to say is, you can tell how much we've been through by everything we're carrying around. Honestly, that's all.
Oh.
My deepest apologies. It appears that I may have rather overreacted.
Yeah, I guess it's only natural we'd have so many souvenirs by now. I might have been out of line too.
I guess all this stuff really is a sign of how far we've come together.
Yeah, every little piece is its own treasure filled with memories.
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
I guess I don't remember.
It's a bit too much healing.
Where am I headed? This way. Yeah, for Xion. I used it once. I remember using it once, but then like I don't know what happened. I moved it off, and then I can't remember which skill it was. Oh my god, it's these ones.
Out of our way! I never fit! Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Not today!
Time to stop! They'll body slam us into next week! Time to burn! Art expert coming through! My Alpha! Holy Land! Spear sweep! Blazer! Time to stop! Spear sweep! And again! This is the win! There! In here! You're mine! Don't mind if I do! I'll heal you all!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Interrupt just as well. I.
Oh my god.
You picked the wrong fight!
I can't hold on much longer! Annihilation! Take it! Hurricane strike! Lightning in a bind! Going here I go! It's over! Raging power!
It's all mine!
Healing flame of fury! I never miss!
Just denied!
Thunder searing tempest! And raging at will! Flare tornado! Going annihilation! Hurricane strike! Reload!
Ignite!
Annihilation! You're mine! Ready to go!
Talent hurricane!
Healing armor! Come through!
I owe you one. Freaking does it!
Confiscated!
All right. Now where was? Now you've gone and ticked me off.
Annihilation!
I'll tick you all off. Ha! Flare demolition.
Here I go! I'm only can hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
Now we're not...
Now you're talking! I'm out of ammo! It's over! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Hurricane strike! I never miss! Anything is over! I'll go! Swallow! Healing circle!
Armor won't save you!
Appreciate the
Can't
help.
get out of this!
Nothing gets by me.
Far enough! Watch and weep!
What a relief!
Flame of fury! In here! Searing tempest! And that's my will! Annihilation! Magic advance!
Eat dirt!
Searing flame!
Hurricane! Flaming meteor!
Let's give us the pressure! You're mine! Now, Elfin! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I need to be stronger.
She leveled up. It seems like we're at the boss fight. Okay. I'm muted. Alright, we saved before and then we go into the boss fight. Let's go. I guess. Touch it.
Here?
It's here?
Yes. All the energy flowing through the wedge comes together and collects here.
Is that thing a Zoogle? Holy crap, it's huge!
A central core and a guardian?
Once we beat that thing, it'll stop the wedge from taking in any more astral energy, right?
It seems we're in for a fight regardless.
Here it comes.
Alrighty. I have no choice.
Is there no end to what the Renans can cook up?
I don't know if that's machine or what, but I do know it's pissing me off!
Watch yourself. There is no knowing what it is capable of.
Any other wisdom you want to pass along?
Raging Captain!
Take this!
Go! Dance in the wind! And...
Please just attack the same one.
Magic is attack time! Seal! This is the ability. Sighted! You're mine!
Nothing gets by me!
A whirling struggle! Blah, 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 magic!
Can't get out of this! Swallow
Air
this!
tank burning strike!
Eagle
And
assault!
again! You all tucked away! Annihilation! Searing flame! Searing tempest! Illuminator's will! Flare tornado!
Their arms were interrupted.
Sight of violent wind! Caught now! Time to burn! And again! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burn each dirt! I never miss!
We may get out of this alive after all.
Yeah, things were looking bad for a minute there.
I'm pretty sure we can handle anything.
Sleep now.
Save you!
Here I go. I'm a
Prepare to be seen!
All disasters take one. Come forth and heal us. Flare tornado. Searing flame. Reload. Will this help?
Inferno punch!
Oh, violent darting wind. Healing call.
Plenty left.
Illuminate the
Then
dark.
ready to go!
Denied.
Glimmer
Annihilation.
Eagle assault!
Hear me. Flame of fury. Dance in the wind.
Hi, Kira.
Flame of fury. Burning. Searing tempest.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Flare. I never miss. Holy land. Now for some effect. Annihilation. You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. Annihilation.
Now you see what I can do!
On guard. Illuminate the day. Flame of fury. Burning.
Rip and tear! In a bind? Eagle assault!
Oh, not on my watch. Flare tornado. Here I go. Dance in the wind. Annihilation. Searing flame. Reload. Get on in there with the others. Time to burn.
Look sharp!
Take it.
Take it down.
It's holy land. Too much to handle.
Eagle assault!
Oh, violent I'm only getting wind. started.
Card
now.
down.
Searing flame. Reload.
This one's mine!
Dance in the wind.
Dragon
Air.
Shell!
Both on flash.
Where are you going? Glimmer Dragon!
Far enough. Here I go. Go.
Eagle assault!
This one's mine. Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Holy glimmer. Holy land.
Dragon Shell! Look sharp! Inferno punch!
Searing flame. Reload. Come forth. Hear me. Flame of fury. Burning strike. Water. Hear my call.
Glimmer Dragon!
Air tank fly.
Eagle assault! Rolling shot!
Take it down. Now.
Solo dance!
Annihilation. Hear me. Flame of fury.
Take this! Glimmer Dragon!
One hit.
This one's all mine!
Come forth.
Not
Holy
today!
glimmer. Hear me. Flame of fury. More where that came from. You're mine. This one's mine. Primed and ready.
Tactics are working great!
Full speed ahead.
Hey, wait for
Mine.
what?
I never miss.
Dragon Shell!
Dance. Hear me. Flame of fury. Burning. Hear me. Flame of searing tempest. Enact thy will. Oh, violent flare tornado.
Far enough! Armor won't save you!
Sighted. Air
Make it rain!
Lost. Get toasty.
Burn strike!
Okay.
Is it over?
What the hell is going on?
it was. I heard it.
As did I. I'm not sure I'd call it a voice, but it was there.
What in the world just happened?
That was Dana's astral energy we just encountered. And I think what we heard might have been its voice?
You're saying astral energy has a mind of its own?
I haven't the slightest idea. But do you remember what happened when we fought Balsef back in Calaglia?
You mean when that fire monster came out of the spirit vessel?
Exactly. There was such a huge overflow of astral energy, it caused a monster to spawn and take physical form. Maybe the same thing happened here, just with way more astral energy and a bigger monster.
Does that mean if you gather enough astral energy, it can become sentient or take a physical form?
That's what I'm guessing, but it's just speculation. Master cores are able to hold a lot more energy than a spirit vessel, but we still haven't seen anything like that happen in our dealings with them.
That being said, there may be a mechanism of sorts inside Master cores and spirit vessels that prevent such reactions.
That fire monster. I remember how it only appeared after Balsef's spirit vessel broke.
Then the reason Rinwell was able to sense all that astral energy earlier must have been because it was too much for that Zoogle to contain by itself.
So, then where do you think the Zoogle went? All that energy and poof, it's gone. The Zoogle with it. Doesn't that sound weird to anyone?
Indeed it does. However, in order for us to move our hypothesis forward, we will need to gather more evidence first. On that note, how are you holding up, Rinwell?
I just can't work out why. Why the voice reached out to me first.
Rinwell?
I can't help but wonder if it's because of my heritage that I was the one to hear it. Sorry. That's a strange thing to think, isn't it? Anyway, we should get going, right? We need to make sure the energy flow has actually stopped.
Are we gonna have to take this winding path all the way back down, too?
Yeah, but if anything, it should be easier than the climb up.
Really? Well then.
Actually, I've heard it's easier to develop muscle aches when going down.
Seriously?
Alright. I got word that it's delivered. I'll be right back. The cookie pie? It's like the size of a pie. Food. Ah, thank you. This one might be spicy. I've never had pie before. It's not really pie, it's literally cookie dough, but in pie form. Or like cookie in pie form. Like a chocolate chip cookie, but in pie form, in pie thickness. Mm.
Everything all right? You kind of looked like you wanted to get something off your chest.
Huh? Oh,
Or not, you know, whatever.
yeah. You know,
Yeah?
sorry, never mind. Just forget it.
You want to try being a little less cryptic, maybe? Yeah, all right. Jeez, sorry for taking an interest.
Stop it! It's okay, Hoodle! Sorry. I guess I still don't really know how to put it into words.
Nah, that's fine. No rush. It might help you to talk about it, though.
I'll keep that in mind. And thanks.
What? I have to manually go all the way to. Oh my god.
I won't forgive you! Illuminate the dark! Take this! You're all burning!
In a bind?
I'm only get...
So the flame inside me should be let free.
Healing circle! Light astral power! Burning strike! Searing texture!
This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's
If
for.
it's in the sky,
Get
it's
behind me.
mine!
Got it.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisher!
This one's mine! Oh, violent annihilation! I'm out of ammo! Get on in there with the searing searing I will! Flare tornado! Ready and not in your scream!
Now you see what I can do.
What did you punch, Law? You punched nothing.
Flame inside me to be let free.
Now I'm in trouble.
I can do this all day!
You see what happened there as you crossed me. I should have done that.
Dear, you're all in pain.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I'll heal you all!
My head is spinning just watching.
Healing circle!
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plates.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm only getting
No further.
I'm never fit! Magic is in!
Do it!
Elfin!
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Here I go! I'm only getting a hit! I'm on a roll!
This one's mine.
Going in! Raging Cascade! Healing Circle! Get on in there with the others! It looks like you got this one covered! Hold on to your arms! Here I come! Arts require complete focus!
Look sharp. Far enough.
Searing Texture! Grounded will! The wind! Flare tornado! Light astral will! Annihilation! Light astral! Here I go! You're mine! Scorch the eat this! Wind raging Cascade!
Now we'll have
Eagle assault! Get on there with the others!
Make it rain.
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
I hope I got weapon material. Man, I have to fight all of these on the way back down.
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
You picked the wrong fight.
Where are you going? Thunderfield! Down with the wind! Take the annihilation! Stop!
lobby.
Flare Demolisher!
We barely managed to turn that battle.
You don't need to sound surprised.
You want to put more faith in you guys.
So much I certainly don't argue.
Kikara, go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Think we overdid it?
Not by a long shot.
It's over! Hey, one at a time!
Not today!
Now!
Don't leave! Hey! Blow them away! Onward and upward.
Great. Now I'm hurt and dirty.
I can get away, I can get away, I can get away! Aha, fuck you! Oh, wait. I don't think I can dodge these ones. I can try. Oh no, it's not working, it's not working, it's not working.
Hi, Poodle! I'm only getting started! Let the marksman handle this! Here! Burning! Where are you going? Hurricane Flight! Water! Here we go! Illuminate the dark!
Guys, do I seem weird?
You're always weird.
I don't know. You've been a little weirder than usual.
Friends like this, who needs enemies?
Prepare to be...
Lightning condemned!
No further!
Thunderblast! I was fully land!
We may get out of this alive after all.
Yeah, things were looking bad for a minute there.
I'm pretty sure we can handle anything.
I'll smash you! Burn!
Not in your dreams! Hear me! Flame of fury!
Make it rain! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
I can feel my precision improving.
Salute! Why do you write salutations when I literally have an 07 emote? Because you salute, right? You salute? 07 is salute, right? I have an 07 emote. Like a O, letter O and 7 emote. Like it's an emote that looks like it's saluting.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Okay, my bad. Another question is, why don't you guys use my emotes that much? Let me rephrase. Do you not like them? Do I need to get them redone?
Take this! A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well.
Yeah.
Here to stop.
No further!
Here's the
Annihilation! Close flight! Round and pound! Hear me! Flame of fury!
This guy needs to...
Ready and rare!
Hurricane flight! This one's mine! Will this help? Healing circle! Hurricane flight!
And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
Well, what about everybody else?
Dreams! Going got you! Hear me! Flame of fury!
These fists have got your name on them!
In here! More for the stockpile!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Sighted!
It's on! Eat dirt! I'm just getting started!
Is hurricane flight! Going in the wind! One more! Annihilation! One more! Let's team up the pressure! Reload! One more! Annihilation! Now! Kikara! overdid it?
Need a heal.
Not by a long. I can carve through armor.
Healing circle.
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plates.
Yes, ma'am.
I mostly just don't emote all that often. Someone complained to me one time, well, like, why I don't use a lot of emotes on Discord as well.
Where are you going?
To be fair, I haven't typed in Discord while during this subathon almost at all, unless it was for like, not confirmation, but like work related or communication related.
This one's all law.
I cannot dodge them.
Confiscated. This one's
In a bind.
Thunderbolt. Burning.
They're like, you don't use emotes in Discord, so you sound really cold. I'm like, but aren't I normally cold? Aren't I normally cold in general? The way I talk is similar to Xion, where it's like straight to the point. Sorry is riding that mushroom. My god. She was riding that mushroom for a period of time. No,
Chance we could make the next time a little
people
bit
weird.
warmer?
I mean, they're
Does it look
right.
like
I
it comes
probably
with a
do sound
thermostat?
cold when I don't use emotes. No, it was me talking about how I can't get my Discord to be more active, and they're like, well, you come off kind of cold, so probably people don't want to talk to you.
Over there?
So they were giving me criticism relative to what I was talking about. Because my Discord isn't active at all.
Hey, look at that enemy. It's shine. I have a bad
Or rather, not as active as I want it to be with the expectations that I have for it.
Not today. You want me? Come get me.
Look sharp.
It's time.
You don't really rate that just suggestion, but nobody else is really doing anything
We're in the home stretch, guys. What she said.
to help make that dream a reality.
Me? How come I get singled out?
Belongs on the checklist. It's more of like, if I don't appear friendly, people don't want to join the Discord or talk in there. That's what they meant.
Well, looky here.
Hello, Remy. Am I just surrounded by a bunch of yes men? Oh, I'm finally here. Where do I have to go? Return to the hidden ship. Spiral 1. Spiral 3 lower level. Spiral 2 central level. Spiral 2 lower level. Spiral 1. And... oh god. Literally, so far. What's a yes man? People that defend and say yes to everything you do and say. No criticisms offered whatsoever.
I never miss. Eat dirt. In here. Annihilate. This'll come in
Echo
handy.
chamber.
Illuminate the
got
dark.
flyers.
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
All yours.
I never miss. Far enough. Here I go. I'm only getting started. Annihilation. We're in the home stretch, guys.
What she said. Eyes on the prize.
That focus goes zealous. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
Think we overdid it?
Not by a lot.
Tempest Whirl!
This could be useful.
Expressionism is a basic. Hold on. Oh, I do need to go in there. Basic desire to our people. If people can't really express themselves, they would just avoid the space.
This might be some decent equipment.
Stamina ring.
Anything that makes
I think a
battles
couple men
easier
need
is
these.
okay by me.
They could use some stamina rings for themselves. I go around this. I can't go around this. Can we?
Go! Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning! Searing tempest! Enact my will! Going
The
in!
flame inside me
I feel like
could be let free.
the suggestions people offer to make a Discord active is always just fucking generic, and it never actually increases Discord activity. The suggestions I look for is like fundamental and psychological. Like how to cultivate a community that's fundamentally and psychologically just naturally growing. But everything, whenever I talk about it, people are like, oh, why don't you host Discord events? Why don't you host movie nights? Maybe then that will get your Discord more active. I'm like, that doesn't solve the issue, like, at all. It's like putting a band-aid on a fucking scar. Or like someone who's bleeding out. They put a band-aid on it. Like, oh, it looks like it'll solve it, but it doesn't.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Oh, it's from other content creators that offer that advice. And it's like... And I'm like, okay, I don't think that... I don't know. Then it's also like partly due to content creator personality too. My personality is so vastly different from everybody else, I think. Like, I'm cold. I don't like to talk to people. I don't like to socialize too much unless there's a purpose in it. Like, if it leads to an end goal, if it leads to a result, if it does something. Like, other people like to socialize just because they like to socialize, and I'm not one of those people, unfortunately. Like, I get drained. I'm introverted. I get drained when I feel forced to do social interactions, unless I really like the person, but there's very few people I actually like in this world.
Take this! I'm on it!
Hurricane! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning! Searing tempest! Enact my will!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
I have a fever too.
An ice bomb should bring your temperature down relatively quickly.
We barely managed.
Please get on the fucking floor, Shion.
You don't need to sound surprised.
Oh, she did it.
More faith in you then.
Well, I certainly won't argue.
Here, let me help. Hurricane! What would I do without you? Go!
Inferno punch! I'll smash you!
I never miss.
Far enough! Eat dirt!
Sighted.
I'm not the
I
person.
think I'm getting stronger.
I'm not a good person to grow a Discord either because of my personality as well. I only manage well in like groups of 3 or smaller. I avoid groups of 4 or larger in voice chats. And people won't join Discord like events unless I'm there because they only care about me. They don't care about any of my mods or community members, it seems like. From what it looks like. Cause like I noticed that like when I'm in comms they'll join and see what's up. But if somebody, a mod, a community manager, or whatever is hosting, they don't want to join because I'm not there. I don't like that either.
Sometimes I wonder where you come up with those moves.
I could say the same to you.
Good thing we're on the same side, huh?
Because then it gives me this false sense of like, oh, they'll be an active part of my community, but they only want to be active if I'm there. They don't give a shit about anybody else in my community, which doesn't make me feel good either. Because the goal I want is for people to like each other too, not just me.
Truly attract.
We can go straight out now.
It looks like that beam of light has stopped.
Then is it safe to say we've avoided oblivion for the time being?
I can still sense a faint glimmer of energy, though. It hasn't completely dispersed.
You can tell?
Rinwell, your senses seem a lot sharper than before, don't they?
And you said you heard that voice, right?
I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel bad, though.
If trace amounts, however small, do remain, then it leaves us no choice. We must destroy the entire structure.
What do you suggest? We bring it down piece by piece?
Once that's done, what do we do then?
We go to Lenegis. Even if we could destroy the whole wedge like he suggested, it'd only buy us time. The fact they sent this thing down tells me they're not giving up this planet without a fight.
There's also the matter of the Renis Alma. Its circumstances still have yet to be truly resolved.
But how do we even get to Lenegis?
What if we hotwire one of their starships? There's gotta be one on the planet somewhere, right?
Starships are only seen on Dana at the start and end of the Crown Contest. Otherwise, they remain on Lenegis. Believe it or not, we Renans down here aren't quite as free to come and go as one might think.
Great. Well, I'm out of ideas then. We definitely don't have the tech to build a starship. And even if we found a Renin who'd help, who knows how long that'd take.
Yeah. Waiting for a starship to come down from Lenegis would probably be quicker than that.
Wait. Alphen, when you came down from Lenegis, it had to have been in a starship of your own, right?
Right. Oh, of course.
You can't be serious. That was 300 years ago. There's no way it's still gonna work.
But Alphen didn't wake up until a few years ago. That means it had to have still been functioning that whole time to keep his body preserved.
Indeed. You wouldn't happen to remember where you landed, would you?
My memories around where I parked are still a little hazy, but I do know that I woke up in Calaglia, so chances are it's still in the area. At least it's a place to start. Luckily, that realm's my old stomping ground, so I should be able to get us some help finding her.
This is it.
Yeah. As long as Lenegis stands there, there's no avoiding it.
So what's this help in Calaglia you're planning to enlist?
My buddy Nath. If anyone there knows something, I figure it's him. But first, we need to catch a boat and get back to the mainland.
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
No, I'm not meant to be audible, sorry. I muted it for the story, but it says the atmosphere in here feels like it's strict and I'm scared to type anything. I'm like, I feel like that's the downfall of my mental health. Like, it sucks because I can't really do anything about it. I try my best to, but like, yeah. I kind of created like a walking eggshells community where people are too afraid to say anything. And I don't really know what to do about it because I'm also trying to protect myself. There doesn't seem to be a win involving like making sure I'm okay, but also providing a space where the community can enjoy and be carefree and joke and all that stuff. Because a lot of what people do on a day-to-day basis, like how are you or make certain jokes, it triggers a lot of my negative memories, which then sends me either into high irritation mode, fight or flight mode, or I just start crying. And it's either I start venting that to the community or I remove myself from the community. Either way, it doesn't seem like a win because I'm in a shitty mood and then that will probably rub off on other people. So I think I'm just destined to fail in that regard because I can't seem to find a solution for that. Because I won't be able to fix and heal my mental health unless I move myself out of this environment. And, you know, that's obviously not going to happen anytime soon due to either financial reasons and many other reasons. Only then can I finally focus on, like, mental health, healing, processing, and all that stuff. Because I've tried to do it while under this household, and it hasn't worked very well. I've tried to work on steps to like for better self-love, self-care, but it always gets knocked down by something that my parents say or do. Like, for example, I'll try to describe it as like how can I put this into perspective? So say for example you're building Legos, right? The Legos, so the higher you build your Legos, or the way you build your Legos into like a tower or an Eiffel Tower or something, that is your foundation for your mental health, right? The stronger and stable that is, the better you can handle tough and stressful situations, right? So I'm trying to build that tower, but every time I try and I'm working on the foundation, my parents will come in and hit the blocks and I have to start all over. And it keeps happening like that for me in this house. So I can't ever build it up to the point where it's strong enough to handle stressful situations or it's strong enough to take care of myself or any of that stuff. And it just seems stupid to constantly try and build it, and when it constantly gets broken down. Like, yeah, I'll try to work towards it, but I just see it get broken down every day. And people are like, "Oh, just ignore what they say." It's a lot easier said than done because I care about what they say, because it's that blood bond, that biological bond that messes me up. It's hard to sever that because you want to care about what your family says to you. By nature, you want to care. And it's hard to turn that off. I know it is. But I can't let it not affect. It affects me, and I can't stop it from not affecting me.
What?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
It would be a lot easier if it was a stranger. Like, I obviously don't care what a stranger says, but when it's your family, I don't know how to deal with that. I've tried many different ways. I've tried to chant in my head over and over, like, they don't know any better. They're stupid. But it doesn't work. Like, I try to convince myself to not allow that shit to affect me, but it doesn't work. I don't know what to do. I've tried to reduce my contact with them. You know, Grey Rock method. Stay in my room all day and never go out and interact with them. But anytime I go out and interact with them, I just feel like my building blocks fall all over again. They always have something to say. And it's always negative about me. I don't know. I've done what I could, given the situation that I'm in. It's not working.
Our first port of call is Ulzebek.
Back where you first started out.
Yeah, along with my dad.
You okay? You don't look so good.
I think I'm just a little seasick, that's all.
Liar.
Huh?
You heard me. You've never been good at hiding your emotions, Shion.
Excuse me? Just what do you... No. You're right. I'm sorry.
Is it about Alphen?
No. Not just... of you.
Of course you are! No, I'm serious. Back when we first met, I think maybe then I did think we were different. But now I know that isn't true. You and I are the same, Shion. We're alike in more ways than you know. If any of us is different, it's me. I'm a Danon who can use magic. I may be the last. My family and I have been living in hiding as long as I can remember.
Everyone has their own pain that can be hard for other people to understand. I saw the two of you talking and thought you could use a third wheel. So, here I am. Sorry.
If anyone's the odd one out here, it's me. Believe me, you don't want to listen to my problems.
Want me to go?
I didn't say that.
I get that you must have a lot circling around that head of yours. And that's okay. Whatever's worrying you right now, you're allowed to worry about it. And you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I know I'm not a Renin like you, or a mage like Rinwell. I'm not a sovereign, maiden, or lord. I'm just a Danon who used to be a slave. But regardless of all that, I'm here for you, Shion.
That goes for me too. We all want to be there for you. Me and Hoodle and even the boys. I promise. I mean, that is what friends are supposed to do, right?
I said this to Alphen, and now I'll say it to you. You're not alone in this.
Thank you. Rinwell. Kisara.
And right on cue, I think I should make my way back and lie down for a bit. My battle with this ship continues.
Yeah, I better head back too. We wouldn't want the guys thinking they're in charge. Can you imagine Law at the helm? Who knows what kind of trouble we'd get into?
Still, if that's true, then it's all the more reason I have to do this.
I think it's safe to rest here now. All right, something is definitely up with Shion.
Yeah, something big by the looks of it. I've never seen her so serious.
So, Do you think we should say something to Alphen then?
I was wondering the same thing myself. But then it occurred to me. Whatever this thing on her mind is, it's probably the last thing in the world she wants people to know about. If she's trying this hard to keep it secret, then it's not really our place to go telling people before she's ready.
Yeah.
I can't tell them. There's just no way I could, right? What am I supposed to do?
What is she holding back? Go to Uzbek. Oh, I do. I do. But you know what they do? They just read it and react to it. They don't do anything to it either. So... Uzbek. I don't know.
Ah, Calaglia. Feels like it's been ages.
And wasn't Zephyr with us too?
Dad.
Hey, chin up. This is your hometown.
Everyone around here looks so much happier than they used to.
I'll say. It feels like an entirely different place. I suppose it's had time to adjust to its newfound freedom.
Zephyr would have been so happy to see this.
Yeah, he really would have. Especially if he knew Law was... Law? Something bothering you, Law?
Nah, I'll be fine. It's just, you know.
It still weighs on you, doesn't it? Running away back then.
I abandoned my home. Then when I finally come back, it's been liberated. What's important is that it's free. I get that, I do. I just... I should have been here.
Just one thing after another, and it all falls on my head to...
Hey, Nath.
What? Can't you see I'm... Alphen?
Looks like you have your hands full.
As much as ever. As if I wasn't busy enough putting down the last remnants of Renin rule, I'm up to my ears in Danon disputes. And then, to top it all off, that thing had to come crashing down from out of the sky.
Pretty sure we've heard this somewhere before.
But enough about my problems. What can I help you with?
Yeah, we're looking for an old Renin starship. You wouldn't happen to know any around these parts, would you?
A starship? What do you need one of those for?
To get to Lenegis.
Lenegis? Are you out of your damn mind?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done recently.
Oh, I believe it. Well, either way, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Nath.
I read through all of the records, but I only found a single line that might point to what we're looking for. It mentions a rock that shot across the sky and landed past the mountains. The event was recorded just before the first Renin invasion.
And you think that might be the starship?
I don't know. There was nothing else in the records that came even close. It looked like it was someplace called Berg, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Berg?
That ring any bells for you?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest volcanoes in Calaglia. I was just there recently, investigating a report of a meteor someone saw.
Another meteor in the same area? Really?
I wonder if it could have been one of those lights that shot out of the wedge.
All the more reason to check it out. Can you tell us how to get there?
The old Zion mine is up that way. One of the veins we abandoned connects to the volcano. Go ahead and use that. But you should be careful.
Huh?
I don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor. There's a giant Zoogle running riot in there. Never seen anything like it.
A Zoogle, huh?
Well, I turned back as soon as I caught sight of the thing, so I can't tell you much more. Just be real careful if you head out that way. All right.
I guess...
Right.
I didn't like the sound of that monster Nath was talking about one bit.
Well...
Everything okay with Hootle, Rinwell? He seems kinda out of spirits.
It must be the heat getting to him. We don't get these kind of temperatures back in Cislodia.
Galaglians born and raised here struggle with it too, so it's no surprise.
Aha! So that's why his plumage is so white. He was born in a winter wonderland.
Actually, Dan and owls absorb the astral energy of whatever land they're raised in. Where they're born doesn't affect their appearance at all. But that's not why he's white. The real reason is that he's still just a baby.
You mean their plumage changes color depending on where they grow up? Weird.
And with all this traveling we've been doing, it wouldn't surprise me if his wings ended up looking like a colorful painting.
I think he suits his snowy complexion. It'll feel strange to see him change.
How awesome would it be if his head and wings were different colors? And his stomach and sides, like a map of our travels! Ow, lay off, will ya? So much for the heat making him docile!
You've only yourself to blame for that one. Hootle takes pride in his appearance, you know.
Fascinating. An appreciation of aesthetic beauty in an owlet so young.
Dohalim, I think you've drawn his attention.
Owlet? I should have been an owl VTuber. And I could be like who, because you know,
Let's see what's going on
the
around
name I in Vietnamese means who.
There might be someone who could use our help.
Like Ida? Like who's that? Where's the volcano? Alright, so I have to go that way. Xeon mine tunnels. Is I? Who's I?
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Rap pig? What's a rap pig? Oh, a rabbit pig. I was like, what's that? Refined ignorance roar. I don't have flamestone. Refined blackthorn. Nature's Beauty. Nature's Beauty 2nd edition. Hmm. I've run out of materials, I think. Mm-hmm. %50 chance to revive when KO'd in battle. Damn. What is this again? Temporarily boosts all stats upon defeating an enemy. Light damage, penetration, and coup de grace. What's coup de grace? Restores 1 CP upon defeating an enemy. Ooh. Water damage, down damage. What was that again? AG recovery speed casting time. Use resistance as well. Hmm. Hmm. Increase casting resilience. I need... Well, I don't even play him on the field, but it's okay. Okay.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Equipment. Water damage. Does she even have any water abilities? I think so. Fire damage. I don't know what coup de grace means. I need to go farm for more. Freeze resistance casting time is all the way. What does transferring skill do? I don't know what Coupe de Grace does. I'll have to deal with that later, I guess. How grindy are the tail games usually? Not sure. I need to get more water actually.
This poem is sure to leave an impression.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
Do you mind if we chat a bit?
Now there's something I never thought I'd hear you say.
Remember when we talked about what it was like for me growing up? Well, I thought it only fair that I also get to ask what you were like as a child.
My childhood? Maybe you missed the memo that was going around, but I can't remember anything of my past.
I know. Just whatever you can remember. There's gotta be something, right?
Let me think. Well, have I ever told you about my army days? Back when I used to serve under a Danon master?
Yeah, but that must have been after you were already grown up, right? Do you happen to remember anything from back when you were younger?
Actually, I remember I had a kid with me.
You had a kid?
No, of course not. The child's father was another soldier. Back in those days, we risked our lives for a master we'd never even seen. We just fought for them and didn't even question it. When that kid's dad died and I saw them sitting there crying, I felt this bitter, indescribable feeling. It was like I was drinking something toxic that I knew I shouldn't, but couldn't stop. It was strange. I never understood why I reacted like that. Soldiers died every day. It wasn't anything new.
What it tells me is that deep down, you were the same man then as you are now. You've never been able to accept injustice in the world.
If you keep talking like that, you're going to embarrass me. I wonder whatever happened to that master and poor kid. Not that there's any way of knowing now. You know, I just remembered that kid was good at sewing dolls. They gave me one once. As a good luck charm to protect me.
Dolls? I'm looking forward to breakfast. Morning. Ready to head out?
A final blow or shot given to a wounded person or animal. Is that what coup de grace is?
It's quite hot here. The climate feels different from Menancius.
Can I kill him with ease?
It's gotten much cooler since...
Level 9.
Go no further! Help this!
Barely a blip on our radar.
I've never been up here. Oh, but I have. I wonder what the best accessories are for each character.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
So we're back in the Zion Mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought together.
And also the first time we touched, as I recall.
Wait, really?
Yes, really.
No. There's a lot of commands that need to be put into the pin. Giveaway command, subathon command,
so this
rigger
path
command.
is supposed to take us out to Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna see
There's
any
probably
lava
other
burst
commands
out
I probably forgot, but I haven't had the
front of
time
us or
to
anything,
put together
are
for
we?
myself.
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law.
My money is on, like, literally your money's on at least 2 weeks because
Well,
you're funding
yeah.
it, no?
We've reached the inner portion of Berg Volcano.
We need to find that starship. And fast.
No backing down!
Oh, violent darting wind. I'm only getting in here.
There you
It's a duel of the arts. Spread. This one's lightning condemned. There.
Anti-airborne
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
In an instant!
impact block!
Dance in the wind. Air drops it.
Why is it way up there?
Here I go. I'm only getting started. Help raging cascade. Spread. Easy peasy. Ha hoodle.
You sort of are already funding it.
There. And again.
Far enough! Burn in hell! Dragon shell! In a vine, rip and tear!
Wind natural energy.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall!
On my watch. Where are you going?
Got fire!
I got it. Right here. Let a marksman handle it.
Stop me!
All yours!
Remind me to stay on your good side.
Illuminate the sun. Holy wind.
Carve through armor!
Kisara, go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
Think we overdid it?
Not by a long shot.
Indeed.
Leave the enemy's arc to me.
I don't know why you guys like me so much. Doesn't make any sense.
You're mine. I will heal you all. Eat this. Healing circle. Stay so I owe you, Leon. Healing is what my art.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Prepare to be seized!
Here we go. Now, get toasty.
Burn strike! I'm even stronger than before.
Gothic dress.
Equipment should come in handy.
Am I able to not wear an outfit? Hold on. No. I was hoping that a couple of the armor and stuff would have their own customization look, but I guess not.
Huh.
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Its armor's too strong.
Then I'll split it open.
Be my guest.
I'll smash you. This blows.
Look sharp. Inferno punch.
Annihilation.
A stoppage charge.
Thanks, Misara. There. Hands to the wind. And throw. Magic is in here. Going in.
You picked the wrong fight.
Hear me. Flame of fury. Hear me. Illuminate the dark. Going in. Water. Hear my call. I can do this all day.
I'll tear you apart.
It's over.
Take this.
Carve now. Sleep now.
Denied.
Get on in there with the others. Annihilation.
Looks like we got them all. You can make plants grow instantly? What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much.
Party's fertilizer, that's funny. Oh, I can't run through them, wow.
My face is starting to sting, and my throat feels super parched.
Here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
You want some too, Shion? Oh, wait. I bet you're hungry more than anything, aren't you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Hmm. He's so attentive to Shion. So nice to see. Hmm.
Get lost. I'm on. Ready and raring. Going in. Now you see what I can do. Light aspect. Illuminate
Get
the
out of
dark.
bed.
Come forth.
Are those rocks and skin?
Here I go.
Oh, now you're talking.
The flashing parts are weak points. There. Going in.
Make it ready. Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
Throughout the
Nicely done.
subathon, at least I've stayed hydrated for the most part.
Little hell. Here I go. It's over. I'm on. Hear me. Flame of fury. Dreams.
Eat dirt.
Hear me. Flame of fury. In here. Now.
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix strike.
Keep
You wanna
charging
play?
us.
That's what my shield's for.
Back into the fight. Got it.
Glad you had
I'll
your
leave it to you.
I'll show you how useful I can be.
The enemy wields off too.
We'll soon see about that.
You require a hand.
You're open. There. Where are you going?
Eat dirt. Do it. Look sharp. Lightning tiger blade.
No complaints from me.
Hmm. Where did I come from? Came from this way, right? Okay.
In a bind. Shut him down.
I'm only getting a sword.
This one's all mine.
Dance in the wind. Sweet now it's over. Astral energy. Full throttle.
A flawless victory.
Naturally.
Dirt.
Annihilation. Denied. Annihilation. I never fit.
Eat this. Shield.
Now.
I'll finish you here and now.
Darling, this one's got your name on it.
Action to action.
Dragon shell. There. You're mine.
My heel not go off on Kisara.
Astral energy. Tailing circle. Illuminate the dark. Annihilation.
See what happened there as you crossed me.
Shield.
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
This one's mine. There. And again. Annihilation. Wind astral energy.
Like we're gonna lose to small fry.
Brigadine.
This looks nice and...
What's that for? Oh. Brigadine.
tough.
I'll do my best. Eat that.
Can't get out of this.
Going in. Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Holy. You have to aim for the bright area on their back. There you go. Don't let up.
Get a word.
Fight it. It's over.
Oh no. Combo.
Confiscated. Hear me. Flame of fury. Burning strike. Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Searing flame. Reload. Exit. This one's mine. Hurricane strike. Going in. Just blow one more. Lightning strike. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble. Think we overdid it?
Not by a long shot. And again. We go. There. One now.
Armor won't save you!
Now. Kisara. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble. You were practically a blur. Together with your marksmanship, we make quite the team.
I'll go this way first. I don't know what's down here though.
No backing down!
The flame inside me.
When did I get hit by
This one's mine.
The earth throbs in pain.
Will this hit? Thunderblade!
Their hearts were interrupted.
What would I do?
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare to Malisa!
Where are you going? This is it! Here's it! A new lease on life! Ha! Dance in the wind!
Far enough!
Now! Lock! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one.
Already on!
Illuminate the dark!
Get out of this.
Heavy lance! Primed and ready!
Armor won't save
With
you!
precision like that, I'm glad you're not on the other side.
Likewise for you and that shield.
Best to stay in one of... I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
I need to be stronger.
All that for red sage. I don't even know what it does.
prize. That focus goes double for you, Law.
Me? How come I get singled out?
Take it, Ray! Commander of Heavens! Phoenix Cyclone! We're in good form!
Pineapple gel. Pineapple gel. Pineapple gel.
Gone! One more! I can carve through armor!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Not today!
This one's mine. I never think.
All yours, Kisara!
Alright. I'll be live for 10 hours for sure.
Commander of Heavens! Phoenix Cyclone!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
It's crazy to see rocks melt before our eyes.
Watch where you're going, everyone. If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything funny. Especially...
I didn't know you had that sort of trick up your sleeve.
That's it? That's it? It's a shortcut? I wasted my CP for a fucking shortcut? Oh, this. Never mind. Absolutely.
Looks like some solid equipment.
For who? I was about to say I was gonna be mad.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Where are you going?
I'll end you.
You picked the wrong fight!
Hear my call.
You require a can't get out of this!
I'm just getting your flare. Eagle on fire. Searing flame. Reload. Annihilation.
I'll run you through!
I'm only getting started. Take it. Annihilation. Now. Quick. Searing flame. Reload.
Take this!
It's over.
Now you see what I can do!
You're feistier than you look.
the future without getting your hands dirty.
Dramatic, but fair.
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Where are you going? I'll be saving this
How long have I been playing this game, guys? I feel like I've been playing this game for over 24 hours. Actually, it'll tell me, watch. 32 hours? Jesus Christ.
Looks like it could be worth something.
I thought that I would finish this game much sooner, but I guess not.
Out of our way! Annihilate!
No further!
This one's mine! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike!
They got me flanked!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malita! things could shift at a moment's notice.
Frozen.
Hammer!
Nicely done. You're open.
All thanks to you.
Annihilation. Reload.
Flaming meteor!
Burning strike. Searing tempest. And next I will.
Run you through!
Flare tornado. Carve now. Water. Here.
Prepare to be
Get out of there with the arrow. Think again. You're open. Lightning condemned. Piercing roar. Now. Blah, blah, blah. Water. Hear my call. Now. Solely. This one's got your name on it.
Action to action!
No defense.
I think it's yeah, it's resisting all of my abilities. I think I need to change to like water or something.
I'm out of ammo. Illuminate magic is
I'll finish you here and now! Piss off!
Now you see what I can do!
I'm ready.
Nothing seems to faze you, Kisara.
Must be years of strict training.
I wonder if I could ever be like that.
I thought you more defensively minded.
Defense via threat elimination.
So the best beat.
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
Any chance we could make the next time a little bit warmer?
Does it look like it comes with a thermostat?
Oh, Arties. Glacial! Where's the glacial one? I don't seem to have it. Mm-hmm. Okay, save that. Oh, we're at the boss fight. Oh no. Here we go.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos. We need to take it down and move on. Let's go!
Oh, it's my mother. I didn't realize I put it in the game, but here we are.
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone.
We can't even attack it right now.
Prepare to be sealed! Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared.
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
Is summoning Zoogle? Take care of them while keeping an eye on it.
The flame inside
In
is
here.
yours to be let free.
Come on in there with the others. My asthma! Glacier! Come on! Now! There you go! Don't let up! Water! Armor won't save you! Where are you going? Water! Hear my call! Denied! Water! Hear my call! Going in! Right here! I got you! By the power of Earth! Going in! Take this! Go! Hold on to your arms! Here I come! By the power of Earth! Water! Big one
Flame
now!
inside me yours to be let free.
Can't this work? There are three to me! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
This one's mine.
Take this! Freeze Lancer! Shield and face! It's over! By the power of Earth! Lightning!
Armor won't save you!
Lightning! Dance in the wind! Sleep now.
Do it! Here I go!
Ridwell! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Astral energy! Naturally! By the power of water! Gemini off! Water! Hear my call! Far enough! Water!
Eat dirt.
Death blossom! Thunderfield! Back into the fray! Lightning! Downfall! Going in! Zephyr Trident! Hold on to your heart! Here I come! I'm only getting started!
No further.
Look sharp! Take this! My head's spinning with a block glacial spear! Pierce evil! On guard! Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind! Here goes! In here! Eat dirt! It looks like you got this one covered!
I cannot.
Rinwell! It's nothing! I'm alright! I'll heal you all! Hurricane Strike! Healing Circle!
Appreciate the help.
Lightning Raging Cascade!
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our hands.
Yes, ma'am.
Hear my
Flame inside me yours to be let free.
Aqua! Glacial Spear!
Not today.
On guard!
Smash you!
Far enough! Freeze Lancer! Now! Ridwell! Frozen!
Hammer!
Hold on to your art! Here I come!
Here come more!
We'll just have to keep fighting.
An
astral art?
That's my cue! Gravitas Speed!
Shut him down.
In the wind! Feel! Glacier!
Piercing roar!
Downfall! Sighted! Going in! Gemini Aqua! Here goes! Water!
This has got your name on him!
Alright! Look sharp! Dead! Now I'm right there! Magic is there! Not on my watch!
Take this!
Do it! Here I go! Close one! Hurricane Thunderfield!
I'm gonna need to try and heal here.
Will this help? Make it right! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life! And done!
I hate that when you do that. It
Let's keep up the pace!
Healing circle!
I can carve through never in the groove! So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a good
Nope, that'd be silly.
If it's in the sky, it's mine! I'm not so sad now! You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. Now! Kizara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Will this help? Healing circle!
Alright! Reinforcements incoming!
Not a problem! Ice prison! Inferno punch! Glacier!
In a vine?
Down! You're on!
Piercing roar! I'm out of ammo!
Inferno punch!
Eat dirt.
Let's tear him up!
Air thrust!
On guard!
Water! Hear my call! Spread!
Take this! I'll smash you!
Here comes! Think again!
Denied!
Arnex! Put it through!
I'll tear you apart!
Don't mind if I do!
is hardcore focused on me.
I can feel the medicine working.
Do you require a hand?
Healing circle! Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too. Now, look sharp.
I'm on guard.
Gemini will this help?
This one's mine.
Here goes! Raging
Far enough.
not on my watch!
He's in. Attack time. First strike.
I think all the little guys are aiming at me.
In a vine.
Here goes! First strike! Illuminate the darkness! Touch force! Holy glimmer! Holy light! Raging storm!
Little guy in combination with the boss.
Ready to go! But that's switch to
No! Don't leave me all alone.
Redwell, astral energy! Full throttle! Photon blast! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Raging cascade! I'll bring you back from death a bit.
What the fuck happened to that?
I'll bring you back from death's a close one. Oh, but magic is there.
Here we go again.
Here goes. Don't mind if I do.
Make it rain.
Get toasty.
Bird strike.
Next one.
Already on it.
Healing circle.
Appreciate the
Now
help.
I'm in the groove.
And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
Think again.
It was nice while it lasted.
I'll heal you all.
It's go time.
Healing circle.
I really owe you one.
It's about to strike.
Look sharp, everyone.
Well, no one dodged it. Good job, everybody.
I'll heal you all. Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe.
How are we supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it.
Alphen!
That's enough. Go back down.
Did we beat it? Wow.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
Your pants are
It
still
felt
on.
like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah. It wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
even stronger than before. What do you know? Another big fire monster with nothing better to do than get in our way.
I wonder where the rest of those lights ended up landing. It looked like they were pretty scattered.
Well, whatever they're after, let's just hope none of them are anywhere near a city. An ambush on civilians is the last thing we need.
Well, no rest for the wicked, right? Though with 1 down and 3 to go, it sounds like our headache is just beginning.
I thought you liked the opportunity to flex your muscles.
Against those things? It's not like I have a death wish. Besides, we've already got our hands full saving the world. Dying stupidly won't be much help to the cause.
Yeah, I guess I can't argue with that logic. Sorry.
Look for the starship.
Hey, is that it over there?
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is.
Alvin?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alphen.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave? We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me. I need something to eat.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renin. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renin homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Shion can finally get rid of her thorns. Shion?
Yeah.
Where? Shion? Where'd Shion go? How could she just go off on her own? Shion. Shion!
It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Volron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Shion. But tell me how... How is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renis Alma on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
but that's too much. It's way too much. When this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Alvin?
Only living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alvin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen! We can fight this! We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again.
Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys. You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
I resonate with Shion. Only I don't have friends to pick me up like she does.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Well, that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelegion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
I'm not a riddle person. I don't like riddles. Too hard.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it. Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her. No matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is. Hey, You doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renins. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then, I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renins, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
If I was in Shion's shoes, I would give up my life. But that's just me though. I wouldn't mind. I'd give up my life right now if I could, to be fair.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but... well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life. For as long as I can remember. They called it treatment. But in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Xion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danon victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Unfortunately, this story is triggering a lot of my suicidal ideations. I don't know what to do about it. It has me thinking things like, I wish I had people that cared for me like they did. Like they do. Like their group of friends. I wish people were as passionate to try and convince me to not give up my life like they do. I don't know.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renin technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
Is there anything in here? There's not. Nope.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Lost blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That red woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renins. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
If for some days typing in general is too much, then how come I can't sleep forever? There's two ways to go about making me happy. One, one path is the path that everybody seems to want me to go on. Somehow getting and healing through my mental health to be able to achieve the dreams that I would like to achieve. Two, dying. So that I don't have any of these problems anymore. I'm working on number one, but I would really like to go with number two because I'm tired.
What in the world?
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more... I can well imagine. Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both. I've no doubt of that. You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself, okay, Doe?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danins poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danins among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you.
It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First, Lenegis mutates beyond recognition. Now, this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Oh, it's funny, because I've written what makes me feel better, but people don't read it, so... whatever.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renin, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it!
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, they're sovereigns up on the Renin homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renin society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renins in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
I didn't realize Renins oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alphen and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Honestly, I should just become a muted streamer. Seems a lot easier when it comes to dealing with depressive episodes or whatever.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed. The effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
Is she really praising a woman that murdered her own
To stoop to any
family?
came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Voron.
Okay.
Water Lord. Some accident. As far as how Voron runs against, I don't get me started. I hear you enslaved not only Danes, but even his fellow run-ins. We may live in a society where to the victor go to the spoils, but his actions go against that, is what we as people stand for. Until came along, which means they must be among the lowest strikes of society.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I already had.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Gannett Harrows changed so abruptly.
I already
Do
had
you have
sushi
any
today.
doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary, remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
People were kind enough to send me sushi, and I appreciate it. But unfortunately, the rest of my depressive episode stems from feeling like a failure and not achieving certain goals. And not feeling supported by certain people.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfried Milgras, the former Lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfried whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait, don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Oh, fuck.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Okay. Is this a fighting area or what?
What could this be? Wow, this place is beautiful!
Yeah. It must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed.
No wonder she's so mad.
Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagan and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagan and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagan had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagan was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. often.
Yeah?
Was that his
I never
friend?
appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
This looks perfect. Guaranteed to hit the spot.
Gosh. Okay.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight. Ho!
I am Lord Dohalim of Elder Menancia. I command you.
Threats to the city must be erased.
No.
I can go back to my fire build. Wherever that is. Alright, also.
They've been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
Take this! Its armor's too strong. Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest.
Water, hear my call! Not in your dreams!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
There! Annihilation!
Astral Arc?
That's my cue. Annihilate.
Shut him down.
Hear my call. Spread.
I can carve through
Water. Hear my call. Dragon Shot. Lightning attack.
Can't get out of this.
Take it. Illuminate the dark. Now.
Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade.
Dragon Shout. Here I go. Light astral energy. Here I go. Now.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life.
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Harros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
The Red Woman is so creepy. The hell is that? It looks like I will have to go through that to get to where I need to go. Oh my god. Mutated dog.
Go no further. Burning strike. Hear me. Burning strike. Burning strike. I'll never miss. Seal. These ones can run rings around us. Flame of fury. Burning strike. Away.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah. And the power is to me.
Miasma. Can't be. Think again. Miasma. Seal. Another ammo. All detectors ready.
No further. I can carve through armor.
Back into the fray. Here, let me help. Annihilation. Let the marksman handle this. Photon Hurricane Blitz. Miasma. Glacial Annihilation. I never miss. Annihilation. Hurricane. Going in. Scorcher. Miasma. Decay. Hurricane.
Prepare to be sealed.
Radiant Castle. You're open. Miasma. Astral energy. Full throttle.
Lumana, it's just black, including her, you know, the white parts of your eyes, including outside of the pupil. It's all black. There's no pupils. There's no cornea. Oh, I can kind of dodge him. I think I'll settle with dodging him for now.
Hi, Doodle. You're mine.
I see one, eh? Ignite. I'll tear you apart. Can't get out of this.
Wait, I can't let the hatred consume me.
Bring him down.
Annihilate. Miasma. Decay. This one's mine. It's not in your dreams.
I'll smash you.
Raging Cat. Will this help? I'll be saving this one. Healing circle. Where are you going? Raging lightning.
Take this.
I'll heal you.
I'll tear you apart.
The enemy wields ours too.
We'll soon see about that.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Fire in the hole. Fire in the hole.
I'm only getting started. Searing flame! Reload! I'm only getting flame of fury! Burning strike! Raging cascade! Annihilation! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
You're open!
This one's blood.
Fire support! Meteor! Searing flame! I'm ready! Annihilation!
Don't leave! Hey! Blow them away!
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
Shortcake recipe.
We seem to have come across something a little unusual.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Now you'll know!
Primed and ready! Searing headshot! And that's my will! Flare!
So much for talking it out! I can carve through armor!
Fight sealed!
Eat this!
Not on my watch!
In a bind?
Annihilation!
Going in! Now I'm in the
Got
groove!
Miasma! Decay!
Make it break!
Zora! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
You're open!
Shield too fast!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Sighted! Blah, blah, blah! Annihilation! Seal! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Hear me! Flame of... Water! Hear my call! Meteor! Splendid! Now!
Don't leave! Hey! Ha! Blow them away!
Here goes! Pathetic! Look sharp! More with that!
There you
Searing
are!
tempest! And that's my will! Flare tornado! Water! Hear my call! Going in! Bread! Zora! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
I think I'm getting the hang of this.
How shows and movies
way
depict
strong.
demonic
Yeah,
possession?
nothing motivates you like
Just
having stakes
Just pure black.
this high.
Sounds about right.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard
I have
over the
to.
Forbidden Zone?
I have to fight that thing. I want to go through. There's no way. I have to fight it.
Got you!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Searing tempest!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Look sharp! What? Denied! In a bind? Just
Searing tempest!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning heal! Annihilation cascade! Into the wind! In here! Miasma! More for the stop sign!
This one's all mine!
Photon decay! More with that Sever trident!
This one's blood! Talon storm!
Healing circle!
Now I'm in the groove!
Tempest sighted!
You're mine! Oh! Now I'm real mad! Talon storm!
Burning strike!
This one's mine! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
There! Go! Annihilation! Raging cascade! Searing tempest! And let the machine handle this!
Prepare to be sealed! No further!
Lightning orb! I never miss!
This one's all mine!
Holy land!
All
Healing
finished
circle!
now! Ignite!
Need to pull myself together.
Hear me! Water! Hear my call! Blah, 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 magic!
Crescent moon!
Glacial sleep now! Pierce the evil!
Eat this!
More
Girl! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare demolisher!
Take it! I'm only getting flame of fury! Burning light! The wind! Searing tempest! And that's
your name on them!
Healing circle!
Do it! That's totally all yours, Kisara.
Hello, Amu.
We can really make weapons with this? Shouldn't have messed with me! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Is there anything more magnificent than the musculature of a warrior? Perhaps it is in search of this perfect beauty that I myself am drawn into battle.
Lightning pebble. I need to farm more crystals like this.
No further!
Hear me! Flame of fury! This one's mine! I'm the true gun bringer around here. Dance in the wind! Feel! I'll be painting this one! Flame of fury!
I'll smash you!
It's over! I'll heal you all! Lightning orb! Healing circle! Dance in the wind! Light
Not today! Take this!
Make it right! Kisara! Go for it!
I lost mystic art looks like knocks enemy into the sky no matter how big it's. It can be 3,000 pounds and he'll still knock you into the sky. That means he's super strong. The bigger they are, the funnier it looks.
Sprightlier than before.
Wrong way. This game's combat makes me happy though. I don't know why.
You picked the wrong fight! Damn it!
That poor guy. Got
There's
demolished.
always room for improvement.
Like once he was last alive, everybody was on him and he stood no chance. We're level 42 now. Alphen is on life support as always.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Uh-oh.
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renin, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renins, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to. She looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah, it was all just a little sudden, that's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Oh, boss fight time. Woohoo. You see that? You see that? You see this? Every time this appears, there's a boss fight. I don't even know about the level that I need to be. Uh-oh.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Ah, shit.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Faria to control Zugals like that before.
How about with the stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
What the? Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zugals, then we get some answers.
How about this?
Take this!
I'll heal you all! Dance in the wind! I'm on it! In here! Healing circle! I'll never miss!
I really
Here,
know
let
what.
me help! Annihilation! This wall! Tracer circle! Healing! Burning! Searing tidal wave! And then flare tornado! Not in your dreams!
Can't get out of this!
On guard! Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of fury! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Searing holy land! I will! Eat this! Flare going in! Here's a healing art!
The enemy's open! Armor won't save you!
Dance in the wind! Healing circle!
Now see what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
More for the stockpile!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes!
Lots of TD is useful.
If it's in the sky, it's mine! This one is mine! Piercing flame of fury!
Law, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Magic is down!
Going in.
Miasma!
Piercing
Out of ammo!
Going in.
Raging
Can't get out of
storm!
this! On a roll now!
Here I go! You're I'm on it! Gale force!
This one's
Raging! I'll heal you all! Ready!
Shield and
Not on my watch!
burn! Not today! Take
Illuminate the...
Better hurry up with the healing circle.
Not my finest.
Come on! Healing circle! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! I'm on holy land! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning! Annihilation! I'll heal you all! Holy healing circle!
I really know the one.
Searing flame!
Burn up!
Illuminate the dark! Holy dirt! This one's mine! I'll heal you all!
You're done!
Healing circle! Think again! There! Raging
Car through armor!
Where are you going? In here! All it's burning! Hear me! Illuminate! Burning! Here I go! Too much to handle! Annihilate the wing! And over! Going to... Not on my watch! Searing terrible! And that's my will! Tornado!
The enemy's on the run.
We've got him where we want him.
It's time to end this battle. Their orders were interrupted.
Will this help? Switch!
Leave inside me, yours to be let free. In a bind?
Nothing gets by me! Look sharp! There! Go! This one's mine! Now!
Anything in armor is all mine.
I'll heal you all! Holy land! Healing circle!
Flame inside me, yours to be let free. Ignite!
That'll bring you down!
No, it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Is that my purpose for you guys then? Do I go on living so I can entertain people of stream? The people of the stream, is that what I'm here for?
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
certainly seem that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, We just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns. As well as my own past, I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I just need a little time first.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
I think it's Naori. Who else could it be? Alright. Whatever this battle is, let's go. Hello, Faith.
Soon, we might have to be ready to face anything. I'm determined to save Shion and...
The Forbidden Zone.
Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renins. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
One sec. Okay.
I think I can make this work.
Whoa.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danon astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danon. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Course. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renin citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renins are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renin homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 Sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
I guess I have to explore all the topics in each computer. Brainwashing report, what the heck? Reading through 300 years of lore, man, that must be so fun. The Sovereign. The Maiden. The Maiden acts as a sovereign support mechanism for the spirit channeling ceremony. Each one is granted level 2 authority and an ID crest. A Renin subject serves its functions providing the Sovereign with supplemental Dark Astral it lacks in tandem with the Rena's Alma. During the ceremony, it is partly responsible for astral energy conversion as well as maintaining stability over the Sovereign's own powers. Additionally, the degree of intimacy between it and the Sovereign has been observed to positively impact the level of stability in both subjects. Because of this, trial activations of the Sovereign without the Maiden present are expressly forbidden. Furthermore, neither the Sovereign nor the Maiden are to be informed about the details of the spirit channeling plan. 1. Mental instability in the Maiden has been deemed the cause of the past Sovereign's rampancy. Countermeasures must be considered. 2. In line with plan adjustments, the current subject will have its Maiden's registration revoked and be returned to its original household. What the hell? Okay, there's another one here. An operating table. Many subjects undoubtedly never came back alive from their operations on this. Oh my gosh. Okay, I think I've explored everything in this room. My bottle. Ah, this room. I wonder how Volron came to be. If he was also made here. Is he also Danon? Do you think?
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell. His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
God, what is this place?
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. this is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen the Sovereign was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renin lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Ah, damn. All allies HP? Fuck! I need that! What effects? I need that too! Fuck! Hey yo, new drip though!
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
I don't think it came with a weapon. Wow, she looks so pretty. The new art is amazing too. Okay. Oh, it looks like I can't just have the braided ponytail.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Oh no, boss fight.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Alright.
Volron!
Oh.
He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
Uh-oh.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red
Oh my
Woman.
god.
So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Oh, fighting time.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Elfin. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Toxicity! Miasma! Switch to offense! One more! Regeneration! Hear me! Flame of Fury!
This one's all...
They're armed for interruption! Hurricane healing circle! Eat dirt! Bring you down! Dance in the wind! One more! Searing heaven! Lunar arc! Ready and ready! Armor won't save you! Water! Here's my call! I'll tear you apart! I'm just getting started! Rip and tear! Miasma! It's the first lightning! Look sharp! Will this help? Prepare to be sealed! Look sharp! Take this! That's it! Here goes your one! Annihilation! Hear me!
Oh lord.
You're open! Dance in the wind! Take sleep now! Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Burning! Piercing roar! Flame of Chinese supernova! Far enough! Where are you going? Where was that came from? Shield and airdrop! Flaming meteor! Magic is there!
I'm at the edge of the fight.
Ready to go! Eagle fly! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Searing Piercing roar! Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Now for something special!
Take this! Not today! In a bind?
That's burning! Searing heaven! And that's my will! This one's mine! You're all come on!
Oh, is Ernal dead? She's dead.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Blow away!
Oh, I got hit.
Tiger blade! Healing circle!
You see what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Where are you going? Nothing gets past you! Illuminate first aid! I'll heal you all!
Far enough! Talon hurricane!
Healing circle!
Thanks, Sheila. I'm on a roll now.
Hear me! This one's mine! Miasma!
Pieces! Attack time!
Hurricane!
Now or never. Let's go! One more! Can't get out of this! I'm on it!
Hear me! Hurricane!
This one's mine!
This one's mine! Toxicity! Miasma! Hurricane flight! Look sharp! Let go! I'll tear you apart! Hurricane! Will this help?
That freaking
Oh, violent darting wind! Clear now! In here! Flaming meteor! Eat dirt! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Burning! I never energy! Look sharp! I will heal you all! Oh, violent darting wind! Piercing! Healing circle! Seal! This one's mine! More for the stockpile! Flame of all disasters made one! Come! Hurricane!
Not today!
One more! Toxicity! Miasma!
Take this!
Look sharp!
In a bind?
On guard! Sleep now!
Anything in order is all
mine! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Illuminate the dark! Magic is there! Eagle fly! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Burning strike! Eagle lightning water! Hear my call! Flaming meteor! Spread! Confiscated! Water! Hear my call! Swallow this! Dance in the wind! Miasma! Seal!
interrupted me.
This one's all mine.
More where that came from.
You picked the wrong fight.
Leave the charger to me. You're open. That freaking does it. Hurricane strike. Can't be far enough. Hurricane strike.
Can't get out of this.
This one's
all
mine.
This one's mine.
Going in. I'm only getting hurt. I'm on. Anything in armor is all mine. I'll heal you all. Healing circle. That's time. Dance in the wind. Here. Searing flame. Reload. Watch this. Miasma. Inferno punch. How about this one's mine? Talon hurricane. This one's mine. Take away. Flame of fury. I never miss. Shining supernova sight. This one's mine. Annihilation. Here you are. Going in. I'm all stuffed up. In here. Switch on. Water for the stockpile.
Take this.
Magic is there.
Can't get out of this. I'm
Holy
just
Rift.
doing it.
Hurricane. I'll heal you. This one's mine. Healing circle.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
I survived. Holy shit.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
Oh, Jesus.
What? It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
He's alive again.
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think?
Damn, that was nothing.
Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown code name for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
Oh.
A red woman.
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alma!
Too late. Can't stay here.
We need to go. Outfit!
I thought he could get out. No.
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Is he gonna get out?
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danon. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Dohalie? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Oh, I said something. I said it's kind of nice that they designed the room around, what is it? Roses and thorns. I think roses are really pretty. Let's see. The monsters disappear since I killed the boss? It did not.
Get lost!
You made me angry. That is a bad idea.
Oh, violence starting. Blah, blah, blah. Magic. Crossplay. Now.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Remalita!
Oh, Sparta. Magic is in here. Switch anything.
Don't get careless.
Oh, I want stuff in here.
This one's all mine. I'll tear you apart. Flame of fury. Burning. Take this. Lightning orb. Away.
The earth throbs in pain.
Eat this. Daring flame. Reload. One more. Light I'll hit you with the wind. Air thrust. Healing circle.
This one's mine.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, can't get out of this.
Raging cascade.
I can carve through armor.
I'm on a roll.
Leave the soldiers to me.
Denied. Meteor storm. There and again.
learn that skill?
Lightning, raging cascade. I'm ready. Unveil. That's it. Turn now. Reload. Redwell, astral energy. Full throttle.
I need to be stronger.
Oh, how did you not get in there? What the heck?
Little help.
Eat dirt!
Eat here. I'll be saving water. Hear my call. Going in. Spread. Steering now.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Everyone still in one piece?
Yep. I barely worked up a sweat.
Nice. I got a 5-star one. This is what I was hoping for. I don't know how to transfer skills still though. What level am I? 44?
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Joe?
You two. Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing. So she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegus is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegus from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Well, he's the Sovereign, no?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegus right now?
Lenegus wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Is it a lord or is it gonna be... Oh.
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegus. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegus, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Wow.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegus, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright, or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like... oh, I don't know. Musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Tarnigan's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegus till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegus who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul. How could I not be? after the second chance that I've been granted. From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits.
Let's go. Ooh. Renin leader. Ground Dasher. Improved healing arts. Yeah. What was I even saving for last time? I don't even have him on field, so what does it matter, you know?
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renin lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renin system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Finally, I can go pee! I'll be right back. I is back. Level 44. Wow, far along.
You just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
Travel to Rena. How the fuck are we supposed to travel to Rena? Excuse me? Alright, anyway, let's go to the inn. It's over here, right?
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Oh, rip. No! Where do I get Vented Claw? I need more! Dead. I'm guessing it's from the enemies.
Have you guys checked your equipment?
I can't TP there! Residential Zone 4. Fuck, dude. Okay.
Really?
I have to run all the way around there. Okay. I don't know if I would be able to wear a dress like this. Would you? What's that? It's so cold. Bare back, bare shoulders. So cold. Goosebumps. I'm going the wrong way. Fucking hell. Oh my god, I went the wrong fucking way. Jesus Christ. If we go to take off departure area, residential zone 6. Residential zone 4. William Park zone. Okay. It just sucks I can't fucking teleport right now. Like Lumine's dress? Yeah, but Lumine's dress is not that... I don't know, I don't like it. This is prettier. Like, and like if Genshin made like costumes for like Lumine and Aether, like it would be so much more amazing. Like Aether, like Lumine, if she had more hairstyles that you could play, like at least 3 different hairstyles that you could like use, right? It would be great. But like they don't do it. Like if Lumine had a high ponytail, if she had long hair, and then if she had her current hair, like that'd be great. But they don't do shit. Which one gives me... Which one gives me boosts in drop rate? Rare or rate up S, this one.
Looks perfect.
Yeah, Twin Tail Lumi would be nice too. They have such, and then Aether, he could have like he could have like 3 he could have haircuts too, but like they ain't doing shit. I would already be happy with that, but like I don't know. I need to go for the ores.
I won't forgive you! Swallow this! Hear me! Flame of fury! Illuminate the
Prepare
not
to be
your dreams!
sealed!
Searing flame!
Go in!
Remove!
Glimmer no further!
Take this! Toxicity! Oh, violent
My own!
Carve now! Too excited! Here! It's over! My own!
Now you see what I can do!
Now!
Law, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Oh, sparkling star
Here I go.
Rain
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And heavily to me! This one's mine!
Meteor storm! Searing flame!
Prepare to be sealed! No further!
Hear me! Flame of fury!
Where are you going?
Now! Frozen!
Hammer!
Barely a blip on our radar.
Let's dispose dispose of the trash. Searing tempest.
You shouldn't have messed with me! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Not on my watch! And again!
It's go time!
Hurricane
Smash you!
Flavor Fury!
No further!
I never fit! Going in! Sleep now! Hurricane Strike! More resistance! This one is mine! And then I will! Flare Tornado! This one's mine! Holy Land! You're mine! Here goes! Hurricane Searing Flame! Out of ammo! Oh, violent dark... wind! Carve now! Flare Tornado! Out of the wind! Switch
No! I won't give in!
Healing Circle!
This one's mine!
Back into the hurricane!
Appreciate
Searing
I'll carve through armor!
Thanks, Kisara!
To be seen!
Annihilation! Think again!
Swallow dead!
Lightning orb!
All
Ready
things
to
you
go!
hear it
Illuminate
now!
the dark!
Far enough!
There! This one's mine! I never fit! Here I go!
Dragon shout! The flaming side is yours!
Illuminate the dark! This one's mine! Annihilation! He-Man! Burning strike! Hear me! Flaming fury! Burning strike!
Lost my focus!
Annihilation!
How about this?
Make it rain!
Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Booty pancakes increase item drop rate. I don't
They're
think I
still
have that
standing.
recipe.
Barely.
Mm-hmm. Ah, yes, crystals.
Go no further! Crescent move! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Hear me! Flame of
Shattering of heat!
I'm raging star!
Do it! I'm on it!
Healing circle! Oh, violent starting wind! Carve now through all!
Damn it! Too fast! Stand back! I'll trip it up!
Annihilation! All disasters save one! Ready to go! Far enough! Eat this! Toxicity! Take it! Miasma! Here goes!
Oh my goodness. That was Rinwell? What are her abilities? It's so fucking broken. Her skills are so OP.
Now you've gone and ticked me off! I'm ready to go! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Now!
Shield
Annihilation!
Take this!
Flaming meteor!
Strike!
Searing tempest!
Go away!
Raging flare tornado! It's over! Water, hear my call! Water the stockpile! Spread!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Hmm.
If you won't bow out nice, then you leave me one goal. Water, burn! I never fit. Eagle fly. Let's make it rain.
All yours, Kisara.
Eat that. Tiger blade.
In a bind.
More for the stockpile.
The enemy wields arms too.
We'll soon see about that. Astral energy.
Say no more.
Now. Annihilation. Hear me, flame of fury. Burning strike. Hear me, flame of fury. Burning strike.
This one's all mine.
I'll finish you here and now.
One more! I feel sprightlier than before.
Just a little bit more, and let's hope I have the materials I need. I don't think there's anything in here. Any mobs that I need to fight in here? Yeah, I don't need it. There's no mobs in here. Well, alright. Time to run back. Hope I have everything. Oh, they respawn. Yo, sweet.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out. Armor won't save you. Flare, quick that gun out of your hand. In a bind, do it.
Get toasty.
Burn strike. An astral launch?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Far enough. Hear me, flame of fury. Eagle I never fit. Lightning there. And again, illuminate the dark. It's over. Searing flame. Reload.
I'll tear you apart. Do it.
Going in.
Ignite.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah. Bubble it to me.
Water, hear my call.
Piercing roar.
Searing flame. Reload. One more.
Now we're not.
Toxicity.
I'll smash you.
Miasma. Holy Lance. It's over. Astral energy. Full throttle.
I don't remember. I just hope I got it. It was one of the materials I needed to craft the weapon.
I won't forgive you. You're all
No further.
I'll tear you apart. Star. Sighted. Switch power.
This one's mine.
In the sky, it's mine. Holy Land. Healing. I never fit.
I'll finish you here.
Need to pull myself together.
Oh, now I'm real mad.
Look out.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Hear me, flame of fury!
Illuminate crumble! That's freaking doesn't!
Holy glimmer! One more! Annihilation!
Flaming
meteor! Reload! Raging cascade! Toxicity! Seal!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Miasma! Decay! Lightning! I'm only getting a more with that!
I can carve through anything!
I'm only getting searing!
Now we're not in a bind.
In here!
Flare with the doesn't!
Charge like that
Fuck Shion. I think so. It was something tall. I just don't remember. But I'm heading back now, hoping that I got it. Killing all the mobs on the way back because I don't really have a choice.
I've got a really bad feeling about this. I'm ready. Where are you going? Not in your dreams. Toxicity! Miasma! Take it! Glacial! Lightning condemned! Thunderbolt! Illumination!
Too fast! Stand back. See what I can do.
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action. No further.
No defense! Annihilation! Water, hear my call! Spread! Illuminated flame! Here I miasma! I'm out of ammo! Far enough! I'm all stuffed up! Go! Annihilation! Lightning condemned! I'm ready! Come forth! Reload! Glacial fire! Burning strike! That'll bring you down! Dance in the wind!
Further.
Seal!
Ignite!
This one! This one's mine! Flame of fury! Burning! Here goes! Burn! Sighted! I'm only getting started! Go! Tempest! Now! Kizara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Nicely done.
It works out. I level up a little bit while getting the materials I think I might need. Let's hope. I did end up getting it. Oh. What is he wearing?
Have you guys?
Did he get a better sword or what? I guess so.
Checked your equipment lately?
Looks like I got everything I needed. Oh, my money is so little now. Oh shit. How did that go quick? I spent 400,000 in just a couple days. Wow. I need to figure out a way to get money in this game. What is this? Buff angle. Temporarily boosts all stats upon defeating an enemy. Fire damage. Max HP damage. Elemental defense. Ooh, that one is the one I want to give to... What's his name? Law. What was it again? Paralysis resistance, AG recovery, counter attack damage.
I'd like to check their wares if you don't mind.
Enhance. I think I want to keep that for Kisara, actually. There's a lot of those. Poison resistance. A lot of these are pretty decent. How much money do I have now? Only 50k. Sag.
Good. This came.
Grind subquests to get money? I'll do that. I'll have to do that after this quest though. Because I can't TP anywhere. 600 plus, that's so little. It's okay. How much was this game again? It's a lot of content for how much you spend, I guess. That's so little though. It's a shame this isn't co-op. I would love to play with this with somebody. You know, $30 for a game like this is so worth. How much time did I spent 30 hours on it, guys? That's 10. That's like $1 for every hour, no? So far? Of entertainment? It's $60. I bought it on sale, so it was worth. What is this?
Yeah.
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans? When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you, because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
We beat stereotyping. Off we go.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renasalma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should...
Uh-oh.
What?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I guess they got teleported.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
What the heck?
A flower blooming out of Retta?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was, or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Yeah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renin side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renin homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
I'm guessing the light in here emulates sunlight, because there's no way plants would be able to grow, huh? Grow in this area?
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasal, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegis. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrect 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Okay, then. Don't really know what we can find in here.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renin Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renins? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renins once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renin?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevric 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Alright, let's hurry the hell up. Come on.
Have you guys lived up here in Dake Faisal with Hevric 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
Final stage in the plan, Nani?
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
Well, shit.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevricht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, Everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Well,
everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Let's talk to everybody. Oh, this person needs healing. Oh. Goddess of kindness. God damn. Advanced healing art that restores all allies' HP. Ooh. I hope to get the rest of it later.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans, and the Great Spirit, and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is... well... I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Hello. Sorry, I don't talk during dialogue, or I try not to. But hello, welcome.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everick 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Hello. One more person. Oh, two more people to talk to. Talk to Law and talk to Dohalim.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly, who do they think we are? We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Right.
God, finally I could talk. Holy shit. Okay. So when Dohalim was asking for help from Alphen, right? I was thinking of that TikTok meme. Wait, we'll use the power of friendship. That's what I was thinking. Alright. We're here.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit, and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renus Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Rena's Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Havrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away.
Finally I can talk! Hello! Welcome, Raiders! If you don't know me, my name is Aicute. I mostly stream Genshin, Valorant, and Animal Crossing these days, but I just started Tales of Arise, and we've been playing it for like 4 or 5 straight days now, probably. I don't know. I've been playing this game for like 35 hours. And, I think we're just starting to get to the end of it. So, yeah, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Hope you enjoyed Overwatch. There's gonna be more dialogue. Hold on.
Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Havrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
Okay. Yeah, talk no jutsu. Can't talk. I'm enjoying the game though. 38 hours. Almost 40 hours now. Holy crap. Okay. Oh, if you guys didn't know, yes, I'm celebrating 2-year anniversary my partnership with Twitch. I partnered with Twitch 2 years ago, and we're celebrating the anniversary today. If you could look on your stream, on the stream rather, if you can look on the stream at the bottom left corner, that we are live. We've been live for 8 days with 4 hours and 38 minutes left
Standing around or
of the stream.
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped
So
over here.
sit back and relax, because it could potentially end today. I don't know. And thank you for the anniversary wish.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will... Well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Rena's Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrecht 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Rena's Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Rena's Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going on. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Xion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Xion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Xion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Oh my god, finally, I can talk again. Also, yeah, thank you, Laya Harbor, the 10k biddies. I'm sorry I had to cuck you. I didn't want the dialogue to be ruined because I planned to use it as... I planned to cut this up into a YouTube video and I didn't want it to be... I can't pause the dialogue either, otherwise I would have done that, but... Yeah. But thank you. We managed to add... What is it, 4 hours? 3 hours? 3 hours to the timer. I muted everything too, so that... Never mind.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
What do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, you said level 55, which is like 10 levels away. These don't even work. Oh, this one does.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Man!
I wonder what Hilganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean... Wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Hmm? Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, while I've got you, what's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hoodle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep packing, Hoodle!
Ow! Seriously, what the hell? know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
Oh my god, the dialogue's not done, is it?
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
Man, I have to fight them again. They're level 53. Oh shit.
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
I'll smash you!
Here goes! Swallow that! One more! My shot! Come on, roll now!
Burn!
Annihilation! Searing flame! Reload! Now!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Now! Got it! My Alma! Where are you going? I'll tear you apart! Look sharp! Annihilate!
It's time!
Raging
Here we go!
It's
Can't get out of this!
Magic is there! Air strike! Gravitas field!
Look sharp! Eagle assault!
Searing flame! Reload! Air thrust!
Look sharp!
There! My Alma!
This one's all mine!
We go!
Eat dirt!
I'm only getting started! My Alma!
Look sharp! It exploded?
Don't get caught in the blast! Who wants to open? House it! Hurricane strike!
Make it rain! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life! And done!
Let's keep up the pace!
I'll smash you!
Annihilation! Hear me! Time of word! Burning strike! Hurricane strike!
Look sharp! Eat this! One more! I'll end you! Ready to go!
There! Thunder! Now! Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
You're open!
Do it! Shield! Do it!
Oh, that's it. Okay. Wasn't as bad as I thought.
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
Oh my god.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for? We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
Just look at the size of that thing. The Helganquil's technology certainly is impressive. And they don't seem to do things by halves either. In the past 300 years. Oh, even before that. Just how many people, Renan or Danon, do you think have ever seen this?
Regarding the past 3 centuries at least, I'd say there's a good chance that we're the first. Also, while I get that it's impressive and all, I'm just amazed you're still standing around gawping at it at a time like this. Sometimes I wonder about your priorities.
I can understand where he's coming from. More to the point, does anyone know where it leads?
What do you mean where it leads? To the center of the planet, of course.
And that doesn't strike you as sounding just a little bit, oh, I don't know, far? There has to be a quicker way to get there, right?
Yeah. With all this technology at their fingertips, it seems pretty unlikely that they'd make that kind of journey on foot. There must be some kind of device somewhere. Let's see if we can figure out how to use it.
Borrow one of their contraptions? You're either brave or out of your mind.
If it works for them, there's no reason it wouldn't for us. Why make things harder for ourselves?
You know what he's like, Law. Once he gets an idea in his head, there's no talking him out of it.
There it is. All of it's over. Okay. The level 50.
In a bind?
Bring you down.
Burn in hell!
I'm only getting started. Hear me, flame of fury!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah!
I'm only getting searing flame! Reload! Raging storm! Gravitas field!
I'm just getting started!
Hear my call! Last dance in the wind! Hear me, flame of fury! Burning strike! Annihilation!
Aw, too shy to
Do it! Kizara, go for it!
Prepare to crumble. Think we overdid it?
I'm on it!
Nope.
Healing circle!
I can carve through one!
I'm only getting started. Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Can't get out of this! Look shot! I'm on it!
Searing flame! Reload! Go!
Leave the chargers to me!
Annihilation! Here goes Tempest!
I'm just getting started!
If it's in the sky, it's mine! Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
You're open!
This one's
Annihilation!
You scared to see what happened there as you crossed me.
Annihilation! Spread!
The heavens must be smiling.
Oh my god, more dialogue?
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely. Which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Shion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt.
Okay. If I'm level 45 and they're level 50, do I have to fight this all the way until I'm level 55? Or will I level up fast?
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
Aw, man.
Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate. Toxicity! My airborne beast. My best.
I never miss. Lightning condemned.
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
You wanna play?
All yours.
I'm only getting attack time.
I'm on
Annihilation.
Toxicity!
Will this help? Illuminate the dark. Let's go. Holy healing circle.
Going in.
I'm on it. Appreciate the help.
Annihilation.
Hear me! Rain down! Bring you down!
Here I go. Annihilation. Searing flame. Reload.
Far enough. This one's all mine. Inferno punch.
Now, Kizara! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Think we overdid it?
I'm on it.
Not by a long shot.
Look sharp. Make it ready.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life.
Lightning condemned. Take it.
You're mine. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Ignite. Prepare to be sealed. Do it.
We may get out of this alive.
I'll crush you.
Oh.
Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
Here I go.
Take this.
I'm out of ammo. Here.
Burning. Now you see what I can do.
You're open. One more. Bring
you down.
Light astral lightning attack. Thunder blade.
They keep spawning.
I'm on it.
I never miss.
Not today.
Dance in the wind.
Make it ready.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life. And done.
More
Let's
incoming.
keep up the pace.
Hear me. Flame of fury.
Burning.
Far enough.
You're mine.
Miasma!
Now.
Elfin.
Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclone.
Oh, sparkling stars. You're open. Rain down.
I'm on it.
You require a hand.
Rain down.
Miasma!
Take that. I'll smash you. No further.
Here I go. You're mine.
I'm on it.
Is that fucking Rinwell's ability? Holy shit. Meteor strikes? That's insane.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life.
Illuminate the ticket.
Burn in hell.
Where are you going?
Make it ready. Commander of Heaven. Phoenix Cyclone.
Pathetic. Go. You're mine.
Far enough.
Card now. Zephyr Trident. Crossblade. Dance in the wind. Sleep now. You're mine. Hear me. Flame of fury.
Burn.
Strike.
Do it.
No further. Hurricane blast. That'll bring you down. Dance in the way. Target kill. Annihilation. We'll make it rain. Frozen. Hammer. Nicely done.
This one's all mine.
All thanks to you. This one's mine. Flame of fury.
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone. Illuminate the sun. One more. My own. Nothing gets by me. Hear me. Flame of fury. Illuminate the sun. Burning holy dust. Holy Inferno punch. Zephyr make it rain.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
I feel sprightlier than before.
Damn.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, then if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
Damn.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Look sharp. Zephyr Trident. Miasma. Look sharp. These things really get on my nerves.
Oh my god. Rinwell's ability is insane to me. Just seeing meteors fall from the sky that's not attacking me, but it's crazy.
Demons descend. Flashing fang. Easy. Way to go. I never miss.
This one's mine.
You're done. Zephyr Trident. Miasma. Decay. Look sharp. Here I go. Where are you going? Illuminate the dark. This one's mine. I guess you had your uses now and again.
Told ya, lives unstoppable.
Shame you're not like that all the time.
Going in. Annihilation. Far enough. Do it. Take it. You're make it rain. Kikara, go for it. Prepare to crumble.
Think we overdid it?
Not my alarm. My hurricane foot. Get on in there with the others.
You picked the wrong fight.
Illuminate the dark. Magic now.
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
I think I'm getting stronger.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Hear me, flame of fury. Burning strike. Get behind me.
Can't get out of this.
This one's mine. Annihilation. Wind and meteor. Zephyr Trident. I never hit. How about this? There, field. Powered hurricane. Let's get you up. I'll heal you all.
Inferno punch. Death blossom.
Healing circle.
Prepare to be healed.
Look sharp. More with that kick.
In a vine.
Hear me, flame of fury. Series
Flame inside me yearns to be let free.
It must take guts fighting that weapon.
I'm not brave. I just do what I have to.
Astral energy. Full throttle.
A flawless victory.
Look sharp.
Naturally.
One more. Make it rain.
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone. You're open. Miasma. I'll tear you apart. Zephyr Trident. This one. Make it rain. Rinwell. Astral energy. Full throttle.
There's always room for improvement.
Do I want to go down or do we want to go this way? Whoa. Whoa, whoa, what is that thing? What is that thing?
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Burn in hell.
Burning.
Can't get out of this. Now I'm in the groove.
Miasma. This. Here to bring you Keep up the pressure! Leave the torches to me! Far enough!
No further!
You're all
Yeah, you fucking let the dog hit me.
Will this help? Oh, violent now through on guard! Healing circle!
And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
I never fit! Coward horde there! Illuminate the eagle star! Holy clear! My armor!
You made me angry.
Oh, they heard of it.
Bad idea.
Annihilation! Will this help? Lunar arc! Crumble! Healing circle!
I'll take you all on.
Oh, please tell me my healing circle didn't disappear because she did that.
Flare the Demolisher!
The fuck you did.
It's over! Now! One more!
Take this!
One more!
No further!
That's for hero! I'll heal you all!
This one's far enough.
I'll run you through!
Healing circle! Hear me! Flame of fury!
Shouldn't have messed with me.
Burning strike! I'll heal you all! Puddle! Healing circle! Thanks for the healing.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Crumble! Not today!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Do it!
Elvin!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
I need to be stronger.
A vest?
Is it just me, or is anyone else peckish?
Level 46. I like grinding. Did you guys know that I used to play an MMO and I would grind every single day? For 10 hours? I would grind 10 hours straight for like just EXP and money.
We're in for a long slog with this one.
Armor won't save you!
Raging